Okay. Now recording is started. All right, looks good. Recording is running. I can see myself on Twitch. That is a good sign. Make sure I can hear myself. That is a good sign. Great. All right. All right, we're getting started here in a minute. Well, we've already started. It's too late. But I am just getting some other stuff ready here. Let's see. Oh, shoot a little notification out on Discord. Discord is growing. Discord is growing. We've got like 12 people on Discord now. That is awesome. Okay. Stream notifications. Okay. Post it on Discord. Got a new little stream notifications thing on Discord. All right. Okay. Everything's looking all right so far. Oops. Okay. All right. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Terrible JavaScript Game Development. I'm your host, Jared, aka Tyrannosaur. Yes. So today I'm not exactly sure what we're gonna tackle right away. I started updating the Trello again, the Populus Trello. It's public; you can see it. Yeah, threw the link in the chat there. If anyone's interested, I need to be better at updating it more and just kind of, yeah. That's basically all I wanted to say. I need to be better at updating things on it. So yeah, the reason why I hadn't really used it too much because I basically had a little card here for add multiplayer because I didn't really have anything specific I was going to exactly tackle in regards to adding multiplayer. I was just going to grind away, and there's a bunch of little subtasks I needed to do to get multiplayer running. But we're kind of at a point where we've got multiplayer now. To just, some additional things need to be cleaned up. Retro MMO, I heard we are implementing the entire ELO system today. You bet. It's we're going to have everything. It's going to be live at the end of the stream today. I'm just kidding. Retro MMO, what's going on? Good to see you. You saw my little message there in Discord. Discord works. Yeah, basically, I did post a little thing on Discord about ELO ratings, ELO rankings, ratings, whatever. The Wikipedia page there for that. And eventually we will be getting into that. I was thinking this weekend about that a little bit, like, oh, should I do that now? Evan, last 2 days at work for me. Nice. That's awesome. It's awesome, man. It's exciting. Very exciting. So what was that the other day? You started streaming at 2 a.m.? Is that what happened? And you were like ending at 9 a.m.? That was a little crazy. But yeah, on the ELO stuff, I was thinking about it this weekend, like, oh, I could probably just implement that now, but it doesn't really make sense. There's a bunch of other things I need to take care of first. And I don't even think, I think just having the multiplayer available online live first, like without rankings, would probably be more important. So like the rankings, ratings, whatever, leaderboard, whatever you want to call it, that could kind of come later. Because like just having some people test out the multiplayer, that it's, you know, to see that it's even working is probably the first priority. And I've been trying. The reason why I was actually updating Trello this morning was because I had kind of been accruing a little list of things that need to get done to actually go live with the multiplayer. Because before it was more just up in the air, like, oh, just start working on multiplayer, just get something working. And now we basically have that. I don't exactly have the gameplay might be subject to change. So that's kind of the tricky part. But for the most part, I think we've got what we want. Or at least what we've got right now is good enough. LOL, yeah, I woke up in the middle of the night. I have no idea what schedule I'm going to fall into. Gotcha. Yeah, because originally you were like, well, when I wake up, I'll stream. But yeah, I guess if you wake up at 2 a.m., you're probably going to stream then. Yes, so just whenever I'm awake and baby is not screaming at me. Sounds like a good plan. All right, so, oh yes, we did stream on Thursday, this last Thursday night. We streamed for maybe 3.5 hours or so. And we added in our new little config thing. So I can recap that real quick, our new configuration thing. So now I have a master config.js file, and I don't like that it's uppercase. I should make it lowercase. But now we've got like a master config.js file. And Evan, I'm kind of, maybe you'll think this is a little cool, but whatever you have is way more sophisticated than this. Because basically, I wanted to have, there's a lot of things in this config.js file. Basically, it's a constants file too. Like it could be called constants.js or something like that too. Like it's a bunch of stuff that kind of gets set up and doesn't change, right? It's like the sizes of things or the relative sizes of things on screen for the client, or like the bubbles, you know, like the amount of bubbles, the amount of time for a match, like 30 seconds, you know, it's stuff like that, right? Stuff that probably will never change. I mean, maybe we change, you know, at some point we decide, oh, it'd be cool to have like 15-second rounds or 60-second rounds or whatever, you know, that, or matches, whatever that, you know, so we might change something like that. Yeah, this is neat. This is similar to what I do. Well, so what I did was, yeah, so I've got like, obviously some of those things are both valid for the client and the server, but some things are only the client because the client has all these graphical things, obviously, and the server doesn't care about that. So I put everything just in this config.js style, and I just used a class because I probably could have thought harder about how I wanted to do this, but basically it'll kind of let me, because basically I just want to spit an object out that has all these properties, and it kind of lets me do like, so for my WebSockets configuration here, this is a good example. I have basically a WS property of our config object. That's kind of the top level category. And then what I do doing a class style with a constructor here lets me like just declare a variable like WebSockets port, and then I can put like the port is important for the server as this ws.port property, and the client wants this URL, which would be, ws.url, and then I can just change. I can have the port just in the one spot, so it's kind of nice. Like instead of having a hard-coded port here and here, I can just have the port up here, change it once, it'll update for both, and then it will, the script I have will actually update and export out a config file for the server and the client. So obviously there's a bunch of other stuff, but we can just look at this, the WS thing for example. So now like if I open, so then I have a script that is, well, there's a JavaScript, a node script here that actually imports this config file. I have build config.js. It imports this and then parses through it and then filters out all, gets rid of this server only, client only thing. And then I have a PowerShell script to actually call this. I don't want to explain that right now, but basically you start with, now I have just kind of a master config file at the root of my folder. I can specify everything in here, and then you basically spit out. So in my client scripts folder, now I have a config.js, and then it says up at the top, client config generated by build config.js on, and I put the date and everything just so I can kind of, in case something gets all screwed up. But then put that over here. So this is the client one, and then there's a server one too that, did I minimize that? Where is it? Okay. So then there's the server folder here. And then, so basically I've got the master config, and then we get basically like the server only, client only things get like removed. And then like the server ends up with an object that has WS port client tracking, but then the client ends up with a WS object that has just a URL property with that port number and everything. So that's kind of cool. Yeah, it's nice, especially with like some gameplay things. Like if I want to tweak multiplayer stuff, there would be like certain things where I'd have to change like 3 variables maybe in the server side one, and then the same 3 on the client side one, and this will just make it a lot nicer to do that. And plus, you kind of get the added benefit of really getting like a constants, like for example this here, and maybe actually we want to round these. I might actually round these in the, but you can tell this one here. These ones are all like constants, literals that I actually typed. So like, because it only goes to like 3 or 4 decimal places. But then this one here, you can tell was a calculated one, because it's obviously like this full precision. So if we look at the config, we got title button R ratio. If I go to title button R ratio on here, yeah. So it's this menu font title ratio divided by 3.5. So then that actually gets calculated out to this long number. So I might want to actually kind of do some rounding on these. I might do that. Because there's not really any reason to have this much precision. And it's just a bunch of extra bytes. And I could probably, well, actually, okay, so for these pi ones, I kind of want that. Actually, for these pi ones, I might actually just want the calculation to happen right at, I don't know. Whatever. But anyway, yeah, that's kind of cool now to actually have that. But now it's actually kind of unwieldy. It's a little big. Like now this config file is really large, and it's kind of like now I've got like these weird nested things. Like, okay, well, I'm in here. Like, so there's this the match property, which kind of is for the game. And then there's a few things that are server only. And then there's these things that are for both. And then there's things that are client only. So I don't know. I could probably organize it all a little better, maybe figure out a better way to do it. But for right now, I think we're in a pretty good spot. So That's what we did on Thursday. On Yeah, and then on Thursday we fixed a couple little bugs. I didn't want to get into anything too involved, but a couple little bugs, I think, with the tutorial. Oh, yeah, there was a tutorial bug, and then there's still a couple more tutorial bugs. And then there is a pushing button twice is bad. Oh, yeah. And I think there's still a problem with that. Yeah, there was an issue where if you tried to queue up 2 multiplayer matches in a row, it would if you basically push the button to go to multiplayer more than once, it would break. So like if you pushed the server's not running. How about that? Yeah, there was a bug where if you push this button more than once, I gotta refresh here. I've said that. I've started to talk about 10 times now. I've started to say, okay, if you push this button more than once. So basically, if I pushed this and then pushed it again, it would like the game would basically, it would start, the server would basically start a multiplayer match with yourself, which is kind of funny. I never tested that, but my wife was when I was playing a little bit with her, trying to test some things, she kept pushing it over and over again. And yeah, basically, well, she'd push it twice, and then it would start a match with herself, basically. So that's a problem. Basically, I just put a flag on the player object I put this little flag on our player object on the server, waiting for match, false, true, false, basically just a little state. If we start queuing up for a match, that becomes true. And I believe there's still an issue where, and I actually might take a look at this first thing. There's still an issue, I believe, where if I quit a match, so if we start a match and then one of the players quits, so in theory, this guy goes back to the main menu. That's good. This guy goes to the stats screen, which is fine. So if we quit here, and then if I start, yeah, so here's a problem. So player requests a match, but is already in a match or waiting for a match. So when this guy quit, we didn't set that flag back. And I thought I did, and that was kind of a confusing thing. So let's look at that first. Actually, hang on. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Got a tinkle. And yeah, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay. We are back. All right. I refilled on my my fluids here. Okay. So I kind of had my head is kind of spinning with a bunch of things that I'm trying to do or wanted to do. The first thing before we really dive into this stuff, I want to wait a minute. Added master config file. All right, we're gonna do some Git stuff here real quick. Git status. Oh yeah. I did something kind of cool, actually. Not that cool. But this will be something we'll get into maybe a little later. And maybe if we get into having some bots play, I might go kind of IO style and just have some fake players, some fake humans playing the game. Just to keep the game, you know, so that if somebody connects to Populus, they could play somebody competitively. So, so I'll talk about that real quick. So I basically added, where is that? Match, end match. This dot end match right here. Okay. Yeah, so I added this little, just little testing thing for right now, which is kind of cool because, well, I think it's cool, but most people probably think it's really, really dumb. That's how most things are with me. So I started, what I did was on a multiplayer match, you play, and then, actually I can kind of show it here. Okay, we already started. Let's do a multiplayer match. Actually, let's first delete this file, this little CSV file. Debug output, delete. Okay, so then let's fire up a game here. And then I can just play. Oh. Yeah. And let's pop a few on this player here quick. And so basically what I did was then when the game ends, a multiplayer match ends, we hit the end match method of our match object. And then I do this little shebang here where basically I spit out all of the players, I'm saving the timestamps now when a player pops a bubble, when the server calculates that the player popped a bubble. So the clients send mouse inputs to the server or input data to the server, and then the server runs it through and sees if the player popped a bubble or not, whatever. And basically, I'm just spitting all of those bubble pops to a CSV file. So if we open said CSV file that we just generated, and I'm just opening it, obviously, in plain text mode. We can open it in Excel. I don't actually have Excel on this computer, but we could open it in Excel or Google Sheets or whatever. So then what I'm doing is I've got kind of 3 columns of data that I'm logging. It's the player number, so the index of the player. So player 1 is ID index 0, and then the other player would be player 1, index 1. And then it's bubble, the bubble ID. So this is bubble 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then the time stamp at which they popped it. So that would be the timestamp of the match, I believe, right? I saved like a timestamp on the pen file sync. I think that's what I did. Yeah, that must be what I did. So then, whoops, that's not what I wanted. So then, basically saving those timestamps, and these aren't super. These are just the JavaScript date.now static method or whatever. So this isn't a super accurate high resolution timestamp at all. But we could get more into that if we needed to. But basically I can get like the differences. What I was doing is I was throwing this into Excel, and then like I was calculating the differences and then calculating like out the averages and that sort of thing. Maybe we could graph this or something. And I could use this as like a way to figure out. So for example here, we can see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, blah, 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 all these different timestamps that I popped the bubble at. And then here we like generated 8 bubbles ahead, right? Or this is probably 7, I guess. And then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh no. So then that's right. There should be 8 bubbles ahead. So then there's 8 that are null because there's always 8 bubbles that the server has ahead that you haven't gotten to. So that's why we have that. And then like this player, the player 2 didn't pop a bunch of them, right? So the player 2, I popped a few down the road. But anyway, basically what I'm thinking of doing is maybe kind of just analyzing that data and kind of figuring out like what are the ranges of pops, like what for me as a player, what's like my range of my like kind of minimum time between pops or like maximum time between pops. So we could probably do a lot more kind of cool data analysis on this. And the reason for that would be I'd like to kind of look at what like a user behavior playing the game looks like for one. But also potentially for building like a bot to play, I would like to really kind of look at this and maybe kind of look at different skill levels of bots, to kind of know which parameters I would need to set to say, okay, we want like a really bad, really low skill bot. We want kind of a medium skill bot. We want kind of a high skill bot. And kind of just tweak parameters necessary for that. So obviously, I don't need to spit this out to a CSV. Technically, I could just do all this in JavaScript, but I kind of like spreadsheets, so it's nice to kind of throw all this data into a spreadsheet and look at it. But I'd like to do a lot more than this. When did I do this? Did I do this on? I didn't do this on stream. It wasn't on Thursday night stream. I must have did it on Friday. I don't know. But anyway, that'll be kind of fun to like kind of look at having a bot play. And actually, a bot to play this game would just be really simple. So, so it'll be fun to kind of play around with that and see where we line up. Theo, what up? I got the name right this time, Theo. Not a whole lot, Theo. What's going on with you? Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Yeah. So anyway, I thought that was kind of cool to have, spitting out these bubble pop times and everything, and we could kind of gather some metrics on it and kind of see like, okay, what is the player's average time between bubble pops, or kind of the whatever. We can look at a bunch of different things with that. So anyway, so actually that means I want to hi T4EO. Yeah, that's how you say it, right? Just chilling during lunch. Nice. You're does that mean you're like East Coast or something right then? If it's like that'd be put you at 11:35 a.m. Yep, nice. All right, so I want to actually add this debug output folder to my git ignore. So how do we do that? Git. Okay. Pretend you didn't see that. Okay. debug dash output. Okay, and let's do get status down here and see if it goes away. Come on. Is there something I'm missing? Did I spell this wrong? Debug dash output bubbleprops.csv. Debug output / bubbleprops.csv. Did I must have done a commit or something already with that file. All right, well, how about we just delete it? Okay. All right. All right, doing some boring stuff here. Git commit -am. Added, I did a bunch of stuff in this commit, which is not a good idea. Added master config.js file and scripts to generate individual client and server config files. Fixed bug with with tutorial, not nav meter, we didn't get to that one. Fixed bug with tutorial and added check on server for client, added check on server, that's not a good idea. Added something on the server, added flag on player object the server to make sure players don't queue, to make sure players can't queue more than once. Still need to fix something with that. Also added CSV generation. And also added bubble pop something, bubble pop timestamps. Let's say this. Also added timestamps. How do I want to say this clearly here? Yeah, what did we do? We did a file. Okay, so it'd be server. Also added CSV file generation. CSV file generation of popped bubble times on the server, on their server. Okay, okay, we did the commit. All right, I'm going to go back to the multiplayer branch here. Git checkout multiplayer, and then we're going to merge multiplayer-shared bubbles, and then we're going to git merge multiplayer-shared bubbles. Okay. And then we have, yep, okay. And then I want to do a push. Git push. Then how do you... we're going to call that good, actually. Okay, so we're going to keep our multiplayer branch for now. So our master is our master branch. Our master branch currently has the latest deployed version of Populus. So we'll keep it that way, I think. All right, so what was I going to do first? Well, we can actually, I actually want to get rid of this. We don't need to keep this right now. This is our CSV file with all the bubble pops. It's cool, but we don't need it right now. And I'm a little confused as to why. Oh, okay. One thing I want to do is I'm going to get rid of, now I think I can get rid of these server old, client old files. I don't think there's anything. Yeah, there's nothing in these anymore that I'm going to reference. So, in worst case, I can go back and in a commit and check out one of those files. Okay, so we'll get rid of these. All right, let me make sure I didn't like screw everything up here. All right, well, I'm gonna do one more commit after that. All right, and let's go. Okay, everything is fine. All right, and again, our multiplayer right now has all this screwed up UI stuff, so that's something we're working on. We'll see about if we get to it today. Retro MMO, delete them. Yes. Git status, bunch of deleteds. Wait, what was modified? Match.js. Oh, yes. That's fine. Git add, git commit -am. I should have done all of this before the stream, but I was doing some other stuff. I was doing a bunch of other kind of management kind of things. So anyway, yeah, we're gonna get rid of all these files. Deleted client and server, deleted old client and server directories. What did I do? I just did a commit. Okay, that's good. We'll do a push. That's not a push. We'll do a push on top of that. Beautiful. Okay. And I'm going to kill that terminal, move it over so there's room for the comments to breathe. And yes. Maybe move this up a bit. There we go. Okay, so what were we doing? What were we going to do? Were we going to fix that? Oh, yeah, let's first fix this issue, because there's a problem where now if, like, let's start two. Okay, we have to do this. If we start a new multiplayer match and then this guy quit, we just quit on one player, this guy gets immediately kicked back to the main menu, which is good. And then this guy saw like a message, opponent quit, and then he goes to the stats screen. So that way, if somebody quits in the middle of the match, at least the player who didn't quit can see like their stats, because maybe they wanted to. And then if they quit, and if this guy re-queues, not that quit there had to do with anything, but if this guy re-queues, this flag on here is the flag we set to not let a player re-queue. Basically is still set to true. So player requested match, but is already in a match or waiting for a match. So that's a problem. So I want to look at why. So if we end match, oh, yeah, this is the problem, I guess. Okay. So if we end a match, and this end match fires either, if the game, actually, will it still work if, I just want to test this. So if we play a match, and currently I'm on the game mode of, because was that Tuesday? Tuesday we did the kind of, we made it so we could have kind of these dual game modes, not, well, only one game mode could be running on the server at a time, multiplayer game mode, but we could at least toggle quickly between them just for testing purposes. So currently we're in the game mode where each player they're popping the same, they see the same bubbles, the same colors and sizes and positions, but they're popping like their own copies of those bubbles, basically. So we're not doing the shared bubble mode right now. And I played a little more of the shared bubble mode with my wife, and I feel like it is a frustrating mode. I would like to do some more testing. I have some family that will be here for Thanksgiving, and I'd like to maybe have them test, some of them who aren't so familiar with the game at all, so they could kind of try it and try to play competitively in that way. So what I wanted to test just now was, like, if we quit now with both of these players, I bet you, okay, no, that's fine. Okay, so this one's broken. Player requested match, but is already in a match or waiting for a match. Okay, so we do have a problem there. No, I don't know why that. Okay, so let's look at the application file here, because this is the one that is handling. So if a player throws a find match command, basically if the player is not already in a match or not waiting for a match. So what I'm doing is I'm logging these right away. So player match state should be null if you're not in a match, and player waiting for match should be false. Oh, okay, so this is the problem. Oh. Okay, so here's... Wait a minute here. Waiting player. Oh, I did this wrong. Okay, so this was a typo on my part here. So now waiting player should be set. The waiting player, the player that was waiting for the match, should be set to false once we're joining these two players together in a match. Yeah, so that was just a typo, bug, whatever. A feature. And so, okay, so that should be fine, but the other problem is we are not... Actually, I think that was all the problem was. Because if we go now, if we do this, player requested match, we start up a game, this guy quits. This guy goes here. We queue up again. Okay, so no, that's not good. So, oh, that's the problem. Okay, so the match state wasn't set to null for both players. Now that is weird because I'm pretty sure I'm doing that. Okay, so end match. Okay, here we are. Yeah, look at this. So why, if a player quit, are we... Yeah, because here, for each player of the match, we're setting their match state to null, but that didn't work. One of the players, and I guess it's the player who quit, his match state didn't get set to null. So we're letting him get out somehow. Oh, this is the problem. This is the problem. I have this player quit. This player quit method. Okay. Yeah, so at some point I'm going to need to do like a nice review kind of how the server and everything works, and kind of just clean everything up, really make sure I really understand every little thing that's going on, because I've kind of had this like amalgamation of multiple different things from past workings on of the server in the past. So I'm kind of like I was copying and pasting things over and kind of splicing things together, and then, then we end up with weird things where there's code that runs, but I'm probably shouldn't be doing quite that thing. And I really just need like a nice little like flow chart of like, okay, this is how it should work. Like if we start a match, here's what should happen. If we end a match, here's what should happen. And just that way I can make sure that we never run into some issue where, a player tries to quit the match, but the player object is gone, is null or something, something that didn't really mean anything what I just said, but something like that where we're not going to have any weird exceptions that get thrown. So we need to tie up all our loose ends, so to speak. Oh, that's weird. All right. Anyway, okay, so players for each player. Yeah, so the problem is when the player quits, so this method gets called when the player quits first, and then this method, player quit, fires off the end match method, not event. Fires off this end match method, and then sets this opponent quit to true. The problem, okay, so the thing that's going on is we're removing that player, removing this player from the array, from the players array. I'm doing players.splice. And then we are splicing out that player, which probably shouldn't do that. And then we're calling end match. So then when we try to set the match states to null for each player, that's where we run into the issue. So yeah, I want to figure out what should kind of be the best way to do this. Because I could still splice that player out, but There's not really a reason for that. The only reason I did that was because that way I could just call this end match method and then do all these loops and send the command to the other player. But I think what we could do is we could just kind of aggregate this player quit into this end match method, and then I can say like, okay, which we could have like a quitting player. Better yet, I think we could have, instead of opponent quit, we could have like quitting player, and that would be the object. You know, it could be null. And then if, yeah, actually, I really like this. So we'll do quitting player. Let me just keep this like this for right now. Quitting player equals null. Oh, put a semicolon in there. That's bad. So quitting player equals null. And we can get rid of player quit now, I think. So this'll kind of go away. And then, so player quit is called from the application file when a player quits. So player.matchState.match.player quit, but we instead of that, we just want to call end match player.match.end match, and then we're passing in the player who quit. So that's good. And then we go to, and there's another thing I noticed too that we'll have to look at is, for some reason, player quit match is getting fired at the end of the match, which really shouldn't happen. Like we shouldn't, I don't know why the clients are saying I quit at the end. I don't think they are. They really shouldn't be. So we'll have to look at that. But now, okay, so now we've got opponent quit, or a quitting player equals null. So if, in this case where the player quits, we're going to end match and pass the player. So this player is the one that quit, that sent the quit match command, and then we are going to end the match. And this quitting player will be an actual player object. We clear timeouts, that's good. And we do, the quitting player kind of handles their own thing. Like the player, if they quit, they can quit, and then the client will handle its own deal. So basically, this players.forEach match ended thing should only apply if match state to null. All right, we don't need this anymore. Okay, so all right, this is kind of annoying. So we pass the stats down if a player quits. And this is good now because this is actually breaking. What does this do? If player quits during countdown, match ended will fire on client before match started. Okay. All right, let's do, should I do, okay, let's see here. If player quits during countdown, match and will fire on client before. Stats. To send match time to client in case player quit. Match time will be less than 30. Okay, so I guess let's look at this. So if quitting player is something, if quitting player is something, then we need to do basically this, but for the opponent only. What's the best way to do this? Neris. Hello. Neris, what's going on? Good to see you. Okay, so the quitting player. I kind of just don't. I'm trying to think of a way I can do this without having this like duplicate block of code here. And a lot of this stuff could get refactored anyway. Like this stats object could all be placed into a nice little thing. But for right now, this is fine. I guess I'll just do if quitting player, then we do. We would do player quitting player dot opponent or dot match. Wait, match state dot opponent. Match state dot opponent. Dot send command. And then basically this. Or I'll just copy and paste this. And then, okay, so opponent quit, that's good. So this quitting player.matchState.opponent, the opponent here is the player who didn't quit the game, basically. Nearest wasn't able to tune up to the stream for a while. How's the game going? Yeah, no worries, no worries. It's going pretty well. We started, I think on last Tuesday, we started messing around with some. Actually, is the game going to work or is it going to break right now? It might break when the match ends. We started messing around with some user interface UI kind of things for showing like a score during a multiplayer game. So, you know, I've got like just a basic little bubble popped count thing for both, you know, so this is the players and this is the opponents. And then like a little kind of thing to show like how far ahead you are than your opponent, like a more like graphical thing. So like in this case, yeah, now that's broken. So like in this case, this player's ahead by 8 bubbles. So like they're seeing this blue shade like bigger than this red circle inside here. And like this player sees kind of the inverse of that where the red one is growing. So that's kind of showing like your opponent is doing better than you kind of thing. So just some experimental things. I I think we'll end up with something a bit different than what we have here now. But this was kind of just a way to have like a very clear kind of thing for the indicator to the player so that they could kind of know like, okay, my opponent is relatively close to me, or I'm just ahead of my opponent, or I'm just behind my opponent. And this is all based like on a 20 bubble window. So like or like a 20 bubble buffer either way. So like the entire play area here would be completely blue once this player has 20 bubbles over their opponent. It's popped more than 20 bubbles over their opponent. And like anything beyond 20, they would be, if they're ahead more than 20, then this circle would just be solid blue. And then vice versa, if their opponent is ahead 20, then this would be red all the way. So you're seeing, you've got kind of this 20 bubble buffer on either side to kind of show, whether or not your opponent is that much ahead of you or that much behind you. So we'll see what happens. And this square thing is kind of the same idea. Like if this line is dead center, then that would mean you and your opponent are neck and neck. But if it's like it's a little bit behind here to kind of show to this player that he's behind a bit and a little bit ahead on this player to show that they're kind of ahead a bit. And I've got another idea for how I might want to show this too that we'll see. We'll see about implementing. But for right now, we'll just deal with these kind of crappy graphics for right now. And plus, we've got just this counter here that just shows 8 bubbles popped and 0 bubbles popped for the opponent. Which I don't really like the idea of a counter because the game is so fast-paced. You're not really going to be like looking at numbers and that sort of thing and like looking up off screen. So having something that would be like inside the player's play view would be pretty cool because you basically can see your state against your opponent, like the state of you versus your opponent, the score, without having to look actually at something. Like you would just always kind of see it in your peripheral vision. All right, quick bathroom break. I've been staying very hydrated this morning, so we'll be right back. All right, we are back. Yes, I did wash my hands. I know that was kind of a fast bathroom break. Don't worry. Actually, I'm going to refresh my coffee here real quick, too. We'll be back in a sec. I'm coming. Here we go. All right. So, not what I wanted. Yeah, so what we're working on now is basically just an issue with Oh, wait a minute. Opponent quit is not defined. Oh, yes. Okay. So we're dealing with an issue where you can, if you quit a match, if you quit the match in the middle of the match, you don't, in a multiplayer match, if one player quits, the state, their state object, their like match state object doesn't go away. So we need to make sure we're getting rid of that. Okay, so if quitting player, basically quitting player equals null, but that'll get passed in if the player quit. Now I got an error where opponent quit is not defined, so we have to define this because this used to be the name of the parameter that came in here. So I guess we'll just do a Boolean, or maybe we'll do opponent quit equals true. Oh, actually true. We can just do this. Opponent quit equals true, and then in this case here, opponent quit would be false. This will be an else statement here. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay. Okay. So basically, in this case, this is where we are. This is if the player quit, if a player quit, in which case we want to just let the other player know. We only need to let the other player know that the player quit. If that makes sense. And we don't want to send the stats down to the player who quit. I feel like that's a good idea because we don't want to, we don't want, I mean, obviously trolls will be trolls, but anyone playing the game and just quitting right away, we don't want to give them like, oh, I just wanted to see how fast I could pop 5 bubbles or something, and then they quit right away, like, and then they could see stats at the end like that. I don't want to have that. So if somebody quits, they're just gonna go right back to the main menu. So we're not gonna send them any stats. And basically so only that the opponent of the player who quit will get the stats at the end. I feel like that's kind of nice for that player. Like if they, if the player quit at 23 seconds of 30 seconds for the match, at least that player can see their stats at the end, and see like how well they were doing or whatever. So now I've got this if quitting player. So if a player has quit. Now I need to look at basically these values need to change. So this, my mistake count will then be quitting player.matchstate.opponent. Quitting yes. Or maybe I should just do this const opponent equals quitting player.matchstate, and then we'll do opponent. Then we can just do this just to make things a little cleaner. Okay, so opponent.matchstate.mistake count. This would be opponent.match my mistake count, opponent.matchstate.pop bubble count, and then this would be quitting player. Quitting player.matchstate.mistake count, and this would be quitting player.matchstate.pop bubble count. Yes. Okay. So this should be fine. Then we have. This one is already fine. This should still be good. But this way, our players array on the server is still fine and dandy. And we can do this loop over each player and set the match state for both of them to null. So that should fix our issue. And I believe Really not using that anywhere? Okay. Send players command. All right. So let's look at that now. If I play a game, play a competitive game here. Oh, wait. Oh, no. This should still be fine. So we play, we pop some bubbles. We pop some bubbles here. And then this guy quits. So he goes right back to the main menu. This guy sees the stats correctly now, because I think actually the stats were not showing up either until just now. So then this guy will re-queue and player match, request a match. Everything looks good. So this guy will quit, go back to the main menu. Here we go. Starting a new game. All right. So that issue is fixed, which is great. So with that being said, one thing I want to do. Nearest, how do you detect that the player has quit? So I have I've got two things to do to handle that. Oh, actually, that reminds me. I need to fix something for that. I didn't cover all the cases. So if the player connects, or if the player quits, if you quit through the game, so like in other words, wait, what happened there? Oh, okay. There might be another issue with. So if one player quits during the game by pressing this button, basically I have a command that the client sends to the server to say, I quit. I'm a player and I quit this match. So if they quit, then that's how that happens. If they quit by closing the tab, refreshing the browser, closing the browser window, etc., then it was working, but there needs to be I need to actually update this, yes. So then here I have a WebSockets. Basically I have my WebSocket object, my WebSocket itself on the server, and then when we get a message from the client, we're getting a quit match message. If they quit through the in-game GUI button, right? But if they refresh the browser, the tab, or close the tab, quit whatever, then we get a WebSockets close. Then the browser actually sends a close message over WebSockets, or not a message, but a close event. So then we have our WebSocket actually closing. And basically I just run the same method, although I just changed this, so I need to update this to match what we've got here. So basically, you just copy this line. Yes. So then we just run the same exact logic if they were to quit in that way too, like by forcefully closing a tab or whatever. I say forcefully, but it's not really forcefully. So that should handle those cases. The one thing I'm not doing right now is like if a player goes AFK, and I was actually doing something for that. So like if you went AFK, or if you actually went, not AFK. Not AFK, but if you went, I'm not really going to have any AFK detection. I don't think it really matters. Because the games are just 30 seconds, so if you play somebody who's AFK, then, and if they really are, if it's a real legit player who went AFK, that means they had to click start match, or they were waiting a while for a match to queue, they went and did something else. That 30 seconds will end, and then it'll kick them back to the main menu after the game, or kick them to the stats screen, and that's it. So it's just the 1 30-second game, so I really don't need to do any like legitimate AFK kind of detection, away from keyboard detection, that is. And I just diverged to talk about AFK, but I was going to say, I did at one point have like little detection. Yeah. So that's actually what this is. It's commented out right now. Where let's say you actually lost, like you unplugged your network or lost internet for whatever. I was doing like a little ping to each client to see like if they didn't respond. So if they didn't respond within like 5 seconds, then it was disconnecting them. So then kind of the same thing, it would actually disconnect the player if they didn't if they didn't ping back in 5 seconds. So that'd be it. And I have to actually revisit that again because obviously I've got that code commented out right now. But then that would actually just handle the case where a player actually, was physically probably disconnected from a network or whatever. So, yeah, and this 5 seconds is maybe a bit arbitrary. Maybe we'll extend, maybe it'll be 10 seconds. I don't know. So we'll see about that at some point. And like I was saying this earlier, maybe before you hopped in, Neris, but I kind of need to do like a nice just pass over like the full kind of how the server's operating, because I really need to make sure I'm tying up all my little loose ends. So that'll be something I need to do. Because since I haven't really had like an official like sit down, and I did a while ago, I did kind of sit down and kind of draw out like the architecture of the server side stuff, like how I want it to, what are the things like a client's going to interact, send to the server? What are the things the server needs to send to the client? But some of that stuff's changed now, and I've been kind of just, as I add things, just kind of adding them in, and, it's probably not the best way to do it. And I had basically that bug that I would just fix now, where if a player quit, like I added in like a little state thing that now whatever was failing because if a player quit in the middle of a match, blah, 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 whatever. So now, basically now, well, at some point I will have to go back and do kind of a nice little pass of tightening everything up on the server. Probably just make sure, like by drawing, maybe like draw a little like diagram of what the server really needs to do and how, just make sure we don't get any weird crashes out of unexpected crashes, that sort of thing. And that we're handling, any sort of thing that any kind of thing that the client throws at the server, we, make sure we're handling all that properly. So, I've been diverging down all these paths here. These thought paths. There was one more thing I was going to test, because we have this, I don't know why, so let's just refresh a couple clients here. Start again. I'll just pop a couple bubbles for this guy here. Whoa. Pop a couple on this player here. Oops. And then what I want to see is there's like a, down here on our server console, it'll print, it's going to say player quit. Yeah, player quit match. And I don't really know why that is getting printed, because that should only get printed if the player actually quit the match, like forcefully exited the match. So null false. Okay, so that's fine, but why are these players quitting the match? Or why are we at least printing that on the server? Because the only spot I thought we were printing player quit match was here on when we receive a quit match message from the client. Let's look on the client. Oh, I bet you I know why here. I bet you we have like kind of a little loop. Maybe. let's see here. So, okay, so on the client, we fire off a socket send quit match. Okay, here we go. Quit game. Yeah, so let's look at this real quick on the client. Actually, let's look at the application here, and where are we calling quit game? Okay, so on match ended, we are firing off. Okay, so that is kind of a problem. On match ended, we are doing I don't really like doing this, but if server stats, oh, yeah, actually this is, well, let's see here. I don't really like this. If server stats, then don't do WebSockets quit game. If this dot playing, no, this isn't, that's not good. No, this is what I should do here. We shouldn't call this quit game on yeah, here we're doing match ended. See, this is what I'm talking about Beckitty, good job. Thanks, Beckitty. Beckitty is my wife, and she likes to just chime in every once in a while and just say good job. Okay. So this quit game thing is kind of dumb. Retro MMO cheered. Retro. Good job. Thanks a lot, Retro. I appreciate it. I really do. Thank you very much. Okay. So this quit game method, I think the reason why it is a method is because, well, okay, no, the reason why is because I do this little check if playing. And what I'm thinking is, let's just do a search here for quit game. Why does this show up twice? What? Don't tell me. All right, Visual Studio Code for some reason has some bug where it decides to like switch your file names to lowercase. And I figured out the reason when it does that, and I can't remember exactly why. Like if I open this, if we close it, if we open this, and then like do this. No. If we open this I double click. Oh, wait, I think I remember now. It's like if you... No, there's some case where you open it and for some reason VS Code opens it like as a lowercase name. And then if you do something, then it ends up actually forcefully renaming the file to lowercase. And that's really annoying. And I should submit like a bug report or something, but... Anyway, it's really annoying because sometimes like I don't catch it and then all of a sudden my files are just lowercase and it's, yeah. Anyway, actually I want this open. Yeah, okay, so I'm trying to think of why I have this quit game method on our WebSockets wrapper object. And right now, currently, if a match ended event gets fired, which this is the same event that would fire on a single player game or a multiplayer game. If it's a multiplayer game, then that command comes from the WebSockets wrapper object. Otherwise, the game would just run forever on the client. So until it gets a match ended from the server, then the match ends. So when we get a match ended message from the server, then we emit the match ended event. So right from here, we emit match ended. We go to application.js here. This event handler runs. And then we're calling here, this, I just added this if statement, but I think I'm going to get rid of this altogether now. Basically, WebSockets wrapper.quitGame fires. And that seems to be the only spot where we're calling quitGame. That's, no, come on. There we go. What? What? Thanks for catching that, Neris. Wow. That is terrible. So it renamed my file lowercase, but then this one was still showing uppercase. Wow. Maybe I should just use all lowercase names to avoid the bug. All right. Anyway, thanks for catching that, Neris. I really appreciate that. That's really strange. Yeah, I can't remember. I got it to, I replicated it, but I can't remember what it is exactly. I replicated it at one point in time, but I can't remember what it was. Oops. It was something where like if you had, it was like if I had the file closed and then somehow when you opened it, oh, wait. I think I remember now. So it's actually not if I open it this way. It's like if I do, yes, this is what it is, I think. All right, so let's leave, or we can leave it open actually. Whoops. We can leave it open. And if I do like a search, yes, I think this is what, no. Hang on, let's close this. No. All right, I don't know what it was anymore. I'll run into it again at some point, or I'll be able to replicate it again. Because there's one thing, like I know you do something in the file menu stuff here, and then it shows your file as at least the first letter being lowercase. It doesn't lowercase the whole thing. It's just the first letter, like it camel cases it for you. And yeah. And you can like see it in the UI where it does that somehow. And then yeah, it can't have anything to do with these imports. Like it can't be doing something stupid. Because like I have my file named as canvaswrapper.js with an uppercase C, but then like the object that I import is lowercase c. Anyway. That doesn't have anything to do with it. I don't think. But it could be. Could be. So anyway, okay, so I just wanted to look at the quit games again, and we're just calling it from the two spots. We're calling it there, and we're calling it that's the method declaration itself in the WebSockets.js file. So what I think I'm going to do is instead of having this okay, so let's do instead of quit game, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take that little check and I'm going to put that in the match ended event, the match ended message handler from the server. So I can just do this instead. And then we cannot send this socket send, or we cannot throw this quit match thing. Now, where are the cases where we do send the quit match? Oh, okay. So this needs to get moved somewhere else. All right, basically, actually, what we could do is this dot playing. We just do this. This dot playing equals false. That's all we need to do in here. Then this thing needs to get moved. This needs to get moved to, let's see here. So our client, oh no, I closed that file. Application.js, there we go. Okay, so when a player quits forcefully, we fire the match ended event. In-game quit, yeah, here we go. In-game quit button clicked. So we do quit to main menu true. So I guess we could do quit to main menu. So if you do quit to main menu, that means you clicked the quit button. And then, okay, so quit to main menu. So coming in here, quit to main menu would be true. So if we did quit to main menu on a I guess we could do maybe actually we do if quit to main menu. Actually, if quit to main menu. Yeah. All right, I'm not going to do a one. Oh, actually, okay. Let's do this. If quit to main menu, then okay, so we'll go down here. So if we quit to main menu, then we are gonna have a method called quit game on WebSockets wrapper. And we're gonna go back to WebSockets wrapper. We are going to have a method called quit game, and then basically if this dot playing no way, am I seriously like I'm seriously doing exactly what I kind of just had done. I'm kind of going back and changing it again. But we're just changing the place that we are calling this. So if we quit game, we call quit game. If we're playing currently a competitive match, then we send the message to the server to quit the match. Yes, okay. And then, but in this case, match ended. So if we if the match ends, we won't hit this quit game automatically. Basically is what, because before this quit game was getting hit every time, but now this shouldn't get hit. So, okay, so we had a crash here. Cannot read property includes of null. File name not includes debug dash output. Okay, I need to do something about that, but we won't worry about it right now. All right, so let's refresh a couple clients here. Let's do another competitive match. Let's just make sure that we're not seeing that message on the server now. There's no reason for the clients to tell the server, hey, I quit, when the game ends. That doesn't make sense. All right. We're good. No quits. And we got stats and everything. Looks great. We go back here. We rejoin. Player requested match. Looks good. All right. So that should be good. That should be good for right now. Now, let's do I'm just going to make a little note here. Player clicked the in-game quit button. Okay. All right. This is cool. Let's do now. Okay. Fixed issue where wait. I don't know how to use this. No. No. Okay. All right, never mind. Git, if I do git log, that's Thursday, November 19. There we go. Oh, it's the top. Okay. So November 20, deleted old. Okay, what did we do? Added master config. Also added fix a bug with tutorial and flag on player DB. Okay, that was all we committed before. All right, so I want to do git. Wait, what did we do? Status. What? Seriously created that file? Come on. .play. All right. I clicked a bunch of stuff in that file editor, so I don't know what was going on. All right, so we do, okay, we've already got those staged for commit. Let's do git commit -am, which actually the -a is add, isn't it? So I'm kind of duplicating. So our message here is going to be, I fixed, what did we just fix? We just did a couple things here real quick. We fixed, okay. Oh, fixed clearing player match state on server when a player would quit. Oops, when a player would quit mid-match. Fixed client to only send quit match event when the player clicked the quit button. The in-game quit button, I'll say. The in-game quit button. Cool. Okay, that's good. All right, so now I want to look at, I need to get better at doing commits more regularly. We've already done 3 commits today. Wow. Crazy. Okay. So let's do, one thing I wanted to add was I want to have because right now there's no penalty if you make a mistake playing in game, and this applies even to the single player mode right now. So if we go play, and I start popping some bubbles, and I'm supposed to pop pink, but maybe I just miss, nothing happens. I can just easily correct, pop pink again, or purple, or whatever that color that was, magenta. So that's, we got rid of the checkpoint system, which was good. I think we needed to get rid of that, but I think it was not, I mean, it worked, but it was just not super clear playing the game why things were happening. So what I want to do now is kind of set up a kind of like a one checkpoint system, a single checkpoint system, a single bubble checkpoint system. I'll stop saying checkpoint, the words checkpoint and system together. So I would like it so that if you make a mistake, so for example, well, now I have to retry here. For example, I popped yellow and then I'm supposed to pop green. What I would like is that if I make the mistake, yellow would come back. The yellow bubble would reappear. So I would like that to be what happens. And I think yeah, I feel like that's kind of a good thing, because right now with no mistake, no penalty for mistakes, other than you get a mistake, you know, your mistake count ticks up. There's not really any penalty for making a mistake. You can like easily correct and fix what you were trying to do, right? And I don't really want that. I'd rather have it that you kind of have to go back to the previous bubble. So in theory, I should be able to add this in pretty simply, and it won't really require any sort of crazy checkpoint system. It'll be just a matter of bringing back a bubble that's been popped. So what I think is I can just do this on the client first, which kind of make the most sense, to just do the single player client side version of this only. And then, yeah, we'll see kind of where we end up. And then adding this on the server side shouldn't be that big of a deal. So I'll move my client window pane here over. I typically do my server code on the left-hand side right now, and then my client code has been in this right-hand side, just for kind of clarity's sake. Because I use Node.js for my server, so basically I end up with JavaScript code here, and sometimes it looks confusing because there's a lot of similarities between the client and the server code. So let's look at I don't think we need to do anything with our bubble code itself. I think it's all in the match. Oh, that's right. That was one thing we did. I think we did this on Thursday. We went back and renamed. We got rid of the name Marathon everywhere that was referenced. Now everything is match. So even in the client, we call it match now, which is good. So a match just means a game. And I didn't want to use the word game because that felt a little ambiguous. Because like the whole thing is a game, but I'm playing one game. Yeah, so I went with the word match because even though a single player match isn't a match because you're not matched up with anyone. Nonetheless, we just stuck with the word match. So, so unless we get to the point where, you know, we might have like a vastly different, the logic happening on the practice mode is vastly different from the logic happening on the actual competitive one-on-one match. You know, then we might have some name things changing and that sort of thing. But for now, everything can just be a match. It's basically the only difference between a competitive match and a practice match is just a couple little switches to, you know, a couple little, flags basically that say whether or not we're, you know, getting data from the server or that sort of thing. So let's look at the pop bubble method, which is what I'm at right now. And what I think, yeah, this is now very simple, which is cool. But, ooh, okay, we might... Actually, we do have kind of an annoying thing here. Popped bubble ID. All right, so what I want to have is if you make a mistake, let's bring back that previous bubble. Right, so you pop yellow, and then we make a mistake. Yellow should come back. And this thing should swipe back and show yellow and that sort of thing. And I think that shouldn't be terribly complicated. In theory, hopefully. Unless I'm overlooking something. So, actually, take a quick bathroom break here. I know I just went. Come on, go easy on me. I like to stay nice and hydrated. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. Okay. So, okay. Oh, yes. All right. So if, oh yeah, this is cool. This should actually not be that hard at all, in theory, to add. So we'll just say if the player makes a mistake, we hit these, yeah, we're doing the mistake count thing. So what I want to do here is just, ooh, okay, wait a minute here. The target bubble ID needs to go back one if we make a mistake. So we would do this dot target bubble ID equals, well, I guess we could say minus equals 1. We'll just do that for right now. Maybe this is a number we want to put in our config file and tweak. I don't know. For right now, we'll leave it. So we go, okay, this dot target bubble ID, we go back. So now I think our nav meter, we just do this. So the only problem is we need to actually bring back that previous bubble. The actual bubble object itself, because there's nothing handling that. It's like, so if I do, okay, so if we do a single player match, our nav meter should be fine. So if I pop pink, and I'm supposed to pop brown, but I make a mistake, burnt. Oh, pink didn't, okay. Okay, never mind. Everything's broken now. Wait a minute. Let's look at the nav meter code here real quick. Nav meter. I don't think I changed any of this. Oh, no, I did. I did change some of this. But we're still, some of this is still fine. We're doing like the, we're calculating the difference. ID, okay. Yeah, so we should be like -1. Let's just print that quick. CLG diff. So if I pop a bubble, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, we see 1, and then I make a mistake, we go -1. Oh, and we keep going -1. That's not good. Yeah, that's a problem. Okay, so let's, yeah, we don't want to keep, every time the player makes a mistake, we don't want to go back one bubble. We need like another flag on here, like mistake made or something. This dot mistake already made. Mistake already made equals false. Okay. Yeah, this is clear for me, I think. Mistake already made. So here we're going to do if this dot mistake already made, or if mistake's not already made. So if mistake hasn't already been made, then mistake already made would be true. This dot mistake already made would be true, and then we would decrement 1 here. So like if I go back to the client now, and did I get rid of that CLG now? So now if I make a mistake, -1, but yeah. Okay. Oh, and then we only want to do this if we actually, yeah. So this should be inside of this. So basically it only lets you make a mistake and go back to that previous point. It won't. It goes back to that previous bubble. It won't like continually keep going back. So we need to set this to false then when the player pops a correct bubble now. So I believe this dot pop bubble is the only spot where that should happen. This dot pop bubble, then we do this dot already mistake already made equals false. So that way we can do that, should get reset. So we pop a bubble, pop a bubble. Oh, okay, never mind. All right, so we need to bring back that popped bubble. So where are we destructing those bubbles? I guess that's in pop bubble. Destruct previous. No, maybe not. Okay, where are we doing that? If practice generate next bubbles. Okay. Init next bubble. Yeah, we initialize the next bubble. But when do we actually destruct those bubbles? Destruct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so there's a 10 somewhere. What? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, that is 10. All right. We got a little bit of a problem there then. Oh, the bubbles destruct themselves, don't they? Don't they? Bubble, pop, pending destruction true. Or the animation, one of these animations on the bubble destructs itself. This dot destruct. Oh, nope. Yeah, that must be it. Yes, okay. So the bubbles destruct themselves, which is good. But we just need to reinitialize that previous bubble if we go back. Okay, so then we go, let's go application. No, not application. Not thinking. Match. I'm not used to the new word match yet. Okay. So we've got okay, pop bubble. No, we don't care about popped bubble. We're caring about the cursor drag stopped event. This dot mistake already made. This I need to change the name to like player made mistake or something. Okay, so we go back here and we need to initialize the last bubble. Oh, and we need to make sure we don't go -1 because technically I could go -1 right now. Yeah, this is a problem. So right now we just went to a target bubble ID of -1. And that is not good. Because now if I pop this bubble, yeah, this is all screwed up now. So if we play another match, I pop a bubble, then we go back. That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, everything's screwed up. So if this dot mistake already made, set that to true, and then okay, so then we need to do if this dot target bubble ID does not equal 0, then basically this. If target bubble ID is not already 0, then subtract it. Yeah. So that will prevent you from having some sort of penalty right off the gate. So if I go like this, we're fine. Our bubble ID is still fine. We can play. That's good. So the only thing, yeah, so that is exactly what we wanted as far as, so if I make a mistake right off the bat, nothing will change about the game, right? So there's no penalty if you make a mistake immediately out of the gate, other than your mistake count will tick up 1. And if you continue to make mistakes, your mistake count will continue to increment. Just you won't. So the mistake count will always increment. But if you've already made a mistake, then we won't penalize you any further. If you make one mistake, you get the penalty. If you continue to make subsequent mistakes after that immediately, there's no additional penalty other than your mistake count going up. So it's not like every time you make a mistake, you're going to go back up a bubble and a bubble and a bubble. Although that's kind of a cool idea. Like every mistake you make, a new bubble comes back. We could actually do that. But because that way, if you like spam a bunch and like you really make like 3 mistakes in a row, oof, you got to go back 3 bubbles all the way. So that's kind of interesting. We'll consider that. But basically, our target, we're clamping our target bubble ID at 0 because there's no negative bubble IDs. 0 is the first one. So if target bubble ID is not already 0, then we're decrementing when we make a mistake. Yeah, so this stuff should all be fine. Wait a minute. Oh, actually, this could be also up there because if we're not, yeah, there's no reason to call this if our target bubble ID didn't change. Yeah. Now, actually, I might need to look at this because this might be this Boolean I'm passing here. I don't remember what it is. So I'll have to look at that quick. Yeah, actually, let's look at that right now. So bubbles, bubbles need destruct. I believe bubbles need destruct. Do we ever call true on this? Navmeter.set target bubble ID. Yes. Okay. All right. So I will need to. That's the problem. That's why when right now, currently, if I play, and I pop this bubble and then make a mistake, the pink doesn't come back because it's been destructed already. That navigation bubble has been destructed. Badger, Do something with points, please. I'm sorry, Badger. What's going on, Badger? Thanks for hanging out. Yes, I will do something with points at some point. But for now, you can redeem plenty of highlighted messages. I started to actually kind of think about that a little bit this weekend, about what I want to do with points, but currently nothing right now. And I mean, there's already like the default, like you unlock an emote and stuff like that, but I don't have any emotes, so that's another thing I have to do. I'm not respecting the community. That's what I'm doing. I'm blatantly disregarding the community by not getting the emotes and stuff going. And Badger's holding me accountable. All right. Okay, so I forget what I was going to look at, because I do need to address this nav meter, the passing a Boolean here, because right now every time we pop a bubble, we are destructing. Maybe I could get rid of. Yeah, I think I have an idea. But first, let's make sure that the bubble itself comes back when you make a mistake. So what we will do is we'll call init. We'll call init on. Okay, where is that? Stat target bubble ID equals 0. Yeah, so we need to re-init that last bubble ID. So we need to say this dot bubbles, this dot target bubble ID dot init. Oh yeah, and that'll bring it right back. Okay, that should hopefully bring it right back, and hopefully the state and everything is fine. Okay, so we pop a bubble, then we're going to make a mistake. Burn. Init check if already initialized, because match may call init more than once. If this is initialized, turn. Why aren't we calling super init? Oh, we are. Okay. All right. Yeah, we've got a little. I think the problem is that we do I have something? When we pop, we set this stuff. Maybe we could have a, maybe we should have unpop. Ah. Now the thing is, I don't remember what I did. Oh, we didn't destruct the bubbles. That's what it was. This can't be set to true if it can come back. Okay. All right. So okay. So we had, where is cursor drag stopped? Okay. Yes. Yes. All right. So now I've got it. So this is all the stuff that needs to happen to unpop the bubble, basically. So the thing is, instead of this being a listener to cursor drag stopped, which it no longer is, because the bubble itself, well, actually, I could probably leave this. Should I? No, let's move this up to the match because the match is doing cursor drag stop. Then let's just unpop the bubble right there. So unpop. So I should move all of this to an unpop method. Because right now this isn't even going to get fired on a actually, wait a minute. That's not quite true. Yeah, so let's put this all into its own method. So I'm going to copy this. We'll comment this out. Then, okay, then we go to, we're going to have like an unpop method. Unpop. And then this is going to all be in here. And why does this .draw style need to get set every time? Is that really necessary? Oh, okay, yeah, I guess. We'll leave it for now. Okay, so this is the unpop. So we need to just make sure we don't destruct the bubble first. And the pending destruction thing. Excuse me. Okay, so this is the problem here. This can't be set to true if it can come back. Yeah. Okay, so actually I can get rid of all this. pop time equals null. So actually, let's set popped time. This dot popped time equals null. Set that again. And okay, so then the unpop should be good, and then this will get called on that bubble -1 or whatever. So in our match we have mistake already made. This mistake already made. True if target bubble ID does not equal 0. This dot target bubble ID minus equals 1. Okay, so then this is where I need to actually change this to unpop. Okay, so that should bring back our bubble. In theory. Boom. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, this should be right. Let me make sure I'm right here. So we pop this bubble, and we go back. Match 67. 0. Yeah, so we should be unpopping bubble 0. Unpop bubble 0. Why did that not work? Oh, it's already been destructed. That's right. Okay, so we need to make sure we're not destructing. We're going to destruct 2 bubbles back. What I'm going to do, one thing I'm going to do before I really get too down into this is I'm going to add a new, we're going to have match. So we're going to have a new property here called, we've got initial bubbles count, bubbles on screen count. And we, well, yeah, I'm going to put a new thing here. We're going to have bubbles to go back. Returning bubbles on mistake. Returning bubbles on mistake count equals 1. So we're going to do config dot returning config dot match dot returning bubbles Wait a minute. Did my file rebuild here? Did my new thing work? If we go to the actual config in the client. Yeah, returning bubbles on mistake count. Why is that not showing up here then? Config.match.return. There it is. Returning bubbles on mistake count. All right. So I wanted to put this in our config file because I might tweak this number. So we need to do, oh, and then I need to do like a check. If this.target is less than 0, then this.target bubble ID equals 0. So we clamp it at 0 basically. In case this becomes more than 1, greater than 1, if I make it 2 or something, then you make a mistake. Then if you popped one bubble, then you'd go inside of here. If you popped one bubble, but then if this was 2, then you would go to -1. So then if it's less than 0, then we're going to set it back to 0 because there is no target bubble ID of -1. All right, so maybe this is kind of annoying, but I think what I'm doing is right. So target, okay. So we're unpopping, which is good. The problem is we need to go to the unpop. Okay. We need to not destruct that bubble. We can initialize the next bubble, but we don't want to destruct that last bubble. And now I forget exactly where it was destructing. Oh, it would be when, okay, so it was the pop bubble. We're calling bubbles.pop would destruct it. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so I set the bubble to destruct itself. So basically on elapsed needs to be nothing now for this fade animation. We need to wait. So if I get rid of that, we do a single player game here. Pop the bubble, I make a mistake, purple comes back. And that's good. So the only problem is I just need to fix that for the nav meter here now. Yes. Okay. Yeah, so that's looking pretty good, I think. So we're not destructing any bubbles, so we really need to make sure we do that. Because like if we play a bunch here, we've got a bunch of event handlers getting parsed, which is not good. Probably won't see any performance hits. Okay. So we need to destruct, every time you pop a bubble, we need to destruct the bubble that would have been popped a couple times before or whatever. So So the match would then, if practice, generate next bubbles. So if you pop a second bubble, we'd go back. But here we're doing target ID plus equals 1. So we need to do init the next bubble, destruct the previous bubble at this point. Destruct the prev bubble. Destruct the previous bubble, which would be this dot bubbles dot, whoops, this dot bubbles, this dot target bubble ID minus 1. I guess we need to say if, I guess we'll say const prev bubble ID equals this dot target bubble ID minus 1. If prev bubble is, if prev bubble ID is greater than 0, greater than or equal to 0, then this dot bubbles prev bubble ID dot destruct. Okay. So that should be good. That way we're actually destructing bubbles. Oops, hang on. Yeah, we can, there's a little bit of an artifact because of that. Whoops. Yes. Yes. Okay, so if you do it really close, then the bubble will get destructed before its animation is completed, which actually maybe that's not that big a deal because you really can't even notice anyway. For example, let's set the fade animation to like 1,000. So 1 second for that fade animation. Okay. So if I pop 2 bubbles really fast in a row, so if I pop this one, then pop this one, as soon as I pop this one will get deleted, like it'll disappear. Like, so its animation won't have completed yet. It'll just instantly snap out. Yeah. So instead of that nice long faded animation, this will just snap out as soon as I pop that one. So that's because we're destructing the bubble before the animation completes. So maybe we want to how do I want to solve that problem? Let's do Oof. I'm trying to think of a good way to do this. Maybe I could create a new animation or a new method called get ready to destruct on the bubble. We could just say get ready to destruct. And then, oops, this way we can have this dot expand, this dot fade anim. The animation, the fading animation. I'm trying to think of how to handle this now. All right, I think I'm going to take a brief little lunch break. So not a long time, just a few minutes here. I'll grab a little snack. So I'll do that, and then we'll be right back. All right, I am back. Okay, so okay. You know what? I'm not going to solve this problem right now. I'm going to just like make a note or just update the Trello. Let's see here. Okay. All right. Gameplay. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, never mind. Never mind. Oops. All right, so I added that to the Trello, and let's not. We are just going to ignore that for right now. Okay, so actually, I feel like we're good. Aside from that issue, well, actually, let's refresh. I feel like we've got what we want aside from the navigation meter here. So now the nav meter, we basically never we set target bubble ID, but we say false, I think. Actually, we probably should figure out. I'm gonna get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. Okay, set target bubble ID. Set target bubble ID, nav meter. Nav meter. Okay. So basically, I think I should get rid of loop for each nav bubble prop. We loop for each position we need to change. We loop for each nav bubble prop. We adjust all those. If bubble isn't initialized and isn't a previous popped bubble. So we need to only do this if, hang on a second here. Sorry, hang on here. Just sending a message or two. All right. Okay, so the thing we want to do now is bubbles need destruct. Okay, so that's if bubbles need destruct. Right now, we are currently doing one. So if I fire up a client here. Oh. Okay. If diff was oh, actually, wait a minute here. This should work now. Now that we're not, if we do this, then make a mistake, boom, then that comes back. Boom, boom. Brilliant. The problem is we're not destructing any of these nav bubbles now. So we basically need something just like basically if diff is positive, when current popped finishes its animation. Bubble. Okay, prev bubble ID. All right, so we always are going to have some bubbles that need to be destructed, I think. But we can ignore this. We can ignore this if statement like this. And we just need to say, let's destruct the last. ID -1. Okay, so this is the new target bubble ID. This is the previous bubble ID. So we do pre bubble ID -1. Because this is the one that would slide up. Then if bubble dot, if BID equals pre bubble ID -1. If BID equals pre-bubble ID -1. And pre-bubble ID doesn't change, yes. Why do we do this? So it's the new ID. We're incrementing. Oh, no. It has to be also if diff is positive. So it has to be if diff is greater than 0. If diff is greater than 0 and... All right, so let's try this here. Real quick. So we pop this bubble. That's exactly what we want. We mess up, comes back. If I pop this bubble, oh, wait a minute. Bubble ID, BID. This doesn't need to be in that loop. Well, wait a minute here. How many bubbles are we looping? Bubbles need destruct, ID, pre-bubble ID. So we loop for all the positions that we're adjusting for, which should just be 1. So I is what? Oh, I is each position. Then J is each position. Whew, this is tricky. This is tricky. For each position change, we do that. Which really is only 1 or -1. To do if the amount of bubbles let's make this to do if the amount of bubbles that come back are if the amount of bubbles that come back can only be 1, then make this, then get rid of this outer loop, then get rid of this outer loop. Because then abs diff is going to be, whether it's +1 or -1, we're doing absolute value on diff, which is either going to be 1 or -1. So, yeah, this really isn't that big of a deal. And we're either going 1 or negative. Yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, we probably can get rid of that stuff then. But I want to leave it for now just in case we make it so that maybe 2 bubbles could come back or something, or maybe we want to play around with that. But it's probably still going to be just 1 bubble at a time. Loop for each nav bubble prop. Const BID. Nav bubble props offset plus J. Oof. Neck crack in there. Oh. Crazy. Okay. Yeah, okay, so I could probably just move all of this because bubbles technically need to be destructed every time. Well, that's not quite true. So we'll do that loop, and then we're going to do this. Ah, man. No, wait a minute. This needs to be... Never mind. This needs to be in there just in case. Just in case. If we end up getting rid of this outer loop, then we pretty much... Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to explain all that right now. This is more complicated than I really wanted it to be on stream, but it's all right. Okay, so... if diff it has to be if diff is greater than 0. If diff is greater than 0, then that means we're advancing. And we need to destruct bubbles, because if you don't advance, then we don't destruct any bubbles. Okay, so bubbles should be destructed if bubbles need destruct and bubble ID equals previous ID. Diff is greater than 0 and bubble ID is equal to previous bubble ID minus 1. Let's just CLG this. Whoa. Quickly. Okay. All right, never mind. Let's CLG BID and pre-bubble ID minus 1. Let's CLG it. Okay. Yeah, so we're only looping. Yeah, we're completely skipping that one. We're looping from, although that doesn't really make sense. Well, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna move this out. It's got to get moved out. So this, okay. All right, so we basically need to just do if diff is greater than 0 and bubble ID, if diff is greater than 0 and bubble ID equals pre-bubble ID, we need to do, basically pre-bubble ID is there, so we need to destruct pre-bubble ID minus 1. So I guess what we could do when current popped finishes its animation, when the current popped, wait a minute. No, actually we don't want that. We don't want this part at all. Get rid of this and this, I think. Okay, so I guess we just do const BID equals if pre-bubble ID equals pre-bubble ID minus 1. So we do if diff is greater than 0 and if destructing bubble ID is greater than or equal to 0. Then we don't really need to loop destruct, we just do this. Can just that there and there and there, and we're not even doing the callback anymore. Yes, the callback thing is gone. Okay. All right, let's see if we got it now. B ID is not defined. Okay. Yeah, this is not supposed to be a loop. We can get rid of this loop. Nice. Okay. Destructing anim. All right. I like it. Nav bubble. Let's get nav bubble real quick here. Move anim. Move destruct anim. Let's just make this like 400 milliseconds instead. That way it's not quite so fast. There's like a little bit of overlap there. Burnt. Burnt. Is that a little too slow? Maybe like 300 milliseconds. Yeah, that's like a little better, I think. And we might even do something completely different like than that at some point. Yeah, this way it's just kind of always clear like what's coming back. And if I make a mistake, then okay. Let me just play like a faster game here for a second just to kind of test how this feels. Whoa. Yeah, I kind of like that. There's more punishment now too. Cool. All right. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. It's kind of got like a little inertia, or like a little, it's got a little feeling like it's, the one ball is colliding with the other one, like it's kind of still and then it collides, something like that. Little physics feeling. I like it. Although that velocity is way higher. But anyway, I think that's pretty good. So, and in theory, everything should be destructing just fine. So let's pull up. I'm gonna do my little fancy schmancy thing. I can get rid of this. This .debug items. Okay, I think that's all I needed to do. Event listener count 32. Nice. 24. Do we have a leak here? $32. Play. All right, we do have a leak now, 35. And I think that leak... Yeah, we've got like a little leak, 36. Let me let this whole game play out here. $29, $38, we quit. Yeah, $37. Okay, so we do have a leak somewhere. If we quit, $37. Quit, $38. $39. Okay. And it looks like maybe we've got another problem where the nav meter is, or this just keeps going up, right? So we play it. Let's refresh. We start with 32 event listeners. We end up with 66. So as we play, that number is just going up, and it really shouldn't be going up that much as it is, I don't think. $96. So we went up 30 event listeners. Now we're at 35. We quit. We're at 34. So we should hit 66 again. Now we hit 68. Yeah, so something's not going away now. We need to take a look at that. All right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. I guess the WebSockets wrapper is what's putting us up to those other things, because it was like 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I believe we had like 28 events or something before. 27 maybe. Maybe it was less than that. But that was without WebSockets wrapper. Now that we have that. All right, I don't know exactly what's going on there. We'll have to get to that. Figure out why we've got a leak happening in there somewhere. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. And then we'll be right back. All right, we are back. All right, so we do have a little memory leak. But that could also be a number of things. Maybe nothing that we did just now. And it doesn't seem to be major at all, but we'll see about it. We'll fix that at some point. Let me make a little... check event list. All right. So, okay, so we've got some sort of little leak going on. I'm not going to worry about it too much at the moment. Oops, that's not what I wanted to hit. Yeah. Yeah, so like why? We go up to 79 listeners there now. Go up to 82. 86. Okay. Yeah, because like what should happen is we bring a new... Yeah, let's just check like... I just want to console log. Oops, destructing bubble, and then in nav bubble.destruct, we're going to call clg destructing nav bubble. All right, let's just look at this. Let's just look at this real quick. Oh, better yet, let's put the ID in there too. Oh, there is no nav bubble ID. There's a bubble ID. All right, that's okay. Let's refresh. I'm gonna hit play. So as we no bubble should get destructed there. But then when I pop this one, we should see a nav bubble ID. Yeah, destructing bubble, destructing nav bubble. That's good. Yeah, that's good. We're seeing those in the console there. And again, we don't have destructing bubble. And then let's put this dot. Oh, what? This dot ID quickly here. So we've got that and that. Destructing bubble 0, destructing nav bubble. Dun. Destructing nav bubble 1. Now wait a minute. Let's do this again quick. So we pop the first bubble, nothing should happen. Then when I hit this one, 0 should go away. This is bubble 1. Bubble 0 should go away, which is that yellow one we first popped. Then 1 should go away. Then 2 should go away. Okay. Oh, look at that. Okay, we did have a problem. Or no, wait a minute. I wish I had. See, that's the thing. The nav bubble should have an ID on it. Because, so the nav bubble doesn't destruct until that animation finishes. So I pop this bubble, and then when I pop this bubble, that blue one like swiped up to the top, right? So it doesn't destruct until that happens. So as long as I'm popping bubbles like at a slow pace like this, we should always see 0. We should see destructing bubble 0, destructing nav bubble, destructing bubble 1, destructing nav bubble. Like this would be nav bubble 0, nav bubble 1. But if I like pop 2 really fast, maybe more like this. Yeah. I popped 2 really fast. 5 and 6 happened. I popped bubble 5, and then bubble 6 popped before the nav bubble destructed. So that's why we have 2 destructing nav bubbles here, which is fine. That's fine. It's kind of asynchronously happening. Because basically I popped those 2 bubbles before that animation of the little nav bubble swiping up was gone. And again, destructing bubble, that's the bubbles are these are the nav bubbles. So like that one shrunk, the blue one shrunk, then when I pop this one, the blue one swipes up and then destructs. So, yeah, I kind of feel like everything's okay here. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, anytime we'd have 2 that happened right in a row, then we should get, oh, I guess, oh, those 2 then fired off really quick. Okay. Anyway, I don't really want to focus on this too much anyway. I'm for right now, like we'll get to that memory leak issue at some point, and I don't think anything that we did just now is actually causing that event listener leak. So, yeah, what do we want to do now? I mean, okay, so in theory, let's refresh here from the top. In theory, we are pretty much done, like client side, single player side right now. So we just need to add this logic over to the multiplayer side. And then, whoa. All right. Okay. So let's do, yeah, let's add this to the server side stuff now. So we have, yeah, what did we do? We basically just did, as far as match is concerned, as far as the game is concerned, we added, we didn't add anything to this cursor down event, so we just have this bubble popped. We didn't do anything with the server bubble pop. Just in our pop bubble method of the match, we did destruct previous bubble. We did okay. Actually, we don't really care about that on the server. We have this mistake already made thing, which we would need to have on the player, I believe. Okay, so git ignore. I don't want that open anymore. Basically, we would have this dot mistake count. Let's just flip these around, and we would have this dot mistake already made equals false. So then we would do, basically nothing changes as far as we're going forward, except mistake already made would get set to false again. So we would just do that when the player moves forward. So we'll do match. So we've got player cursor down. And then don't we have player, oh. Yeah, player cursor down. And this would be if we're not in shared bubble mode. Okay, so this would be this mode here. If we're not in shared bubble mode. So we do that, and then we can say player.match state.mistake already made equals false. Brilliant. Okay, so that's great. Player.match state.mistake already made is false, right? And then yeah, nothing else should have changed. Oh, we can get rid of this on the client. Just cleaning up a few of these things here that I just remembered. Okay, and then the amount of bubbles that can only be one. The amount of bubbles that come back. Yeah, okay, so that's fine, and then we can get rid of this basically. Nice, I like how we simplified that quite a bit. All right, so all right, I think I'm good. I think we're done with this now. Okay, so let's get back to the server side stuff. I believe all we really need to do is it's just a matter of the mistake thing. The mistake already made. Config.match.shared bubble mode. That, okay, so basically we did mistake already made. Oh, and that would also be in the case of player match state. All right, so then in match, when we have player made mistake, we would say if we're not in shared bubble mode. Send opponent target bubble ID. Okay, so we need to decrement. All right, so we increment that, and then we say if this dot mistake already made. So if we haven't already made a mistake, then this dot mistake already made equals, oh, whoa, not this. It's got to be player dot match state dot mistake already made, right? player match state. Mistake already made. Okay. So then we've got okay, so if the player, let's see, if the player has not already made a mistake, the mistake already made equals true. And then if the target bubble ID, if this dot, or wait. No, I keep doing this wrong. It's not this. I'm copying what I have for the client, but it's totally different for the server. So if player.matchState.mistake already made, so then we have if player.matchState.targetBubbleID, player match state, target bubble ID. Okay. So if target bubble ID does not equal 0, then player.matchState.targetBubbleID minus equals config.match.returning config. Come on. Where is the config file here? Config for the server. Yeah, there it is. Returning bubbles on mistake count. Okay, that must just be because... Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's just because that file got regenerated. Because basically I added this returning bubble on mistake count to our master config file just before. And VS Code was not giving me this suggestion here when I just typed it, returning bubbles on mistake count. Because I had to like reopen the config file because it was like a brand new file. So VS Code had to like cache or do something to get this into its memory for it to suggest it. Anyway, that's not important. So, okay, so we do the minus equals. Then if player.matchState.targetBubbleID is less than 0, then player.matchState.targetBubbleID equals 0. This dot bubbles, or whoops, unpop. Okay, then we unpop. We go back and unpop that bubble, which basically just means the popped and in play thing. So we just look at what we do. What we do up here, player cursor down. Okay, so we do bubbles, popped, pop time. We set pop time to null again. Okay, so we basically undo this exact thing right here. Yeah, okay, so then this would be player made a mistake. We do this. Player.matchState.bubbles. Oh, target. Yeah, we do target bubble ID. Oh, this is so many variables here. Okay, so popped becomes false. In play becomes true. Popped time becomes null. And then that's pretty much all we need, I think. So let's try a competitive match then. Let's try the competitive match and see where we end up. Nope. All right, there's something wrong with, whoops. so then all right, hang on a second here. Let's do, actually, okay. Player, let's console log, CLG, player made mistake, target bubble ID equals, and let's do player popped a bubble, target bubble ID is okay. Nice. Okay. Wait a minute. Where did I put that? Player made mistake. Okay, this is if. Oh, this should be down here. Sent. Oh, wait. This should only be here if player made mistake. Yeah. Okay. All right, so I'm just trying to make sure the server is still on par with what our clients should be doing. So then we should have player popped a bubble, target bubble ID equals 1. Player made a mistake, target bubble ID equals 0. Player made a mistake, target bubble ID equals 0. Player made a mistake, target bubble ID equals 1. Okay. I think we were looking pretty good as far as that goes. Oh, our score. Okay. The scoreboard. We need to change that on the client. Because basically our scoreboard is only going up in the case of here. Update player bubbles popped. Is that updating on the opponent here? So if I pop this bubble, then make a mistake. Yes. Okay. So it's working there. It's just not working on the. Okay. So basically, we just do the same thing if this dot scoreboard, and we do that on player made mistake as well, or which would be here. Cursor drag stopped. Increment the scoreboard. Okay. That's looking good. Nice. Okay, that is looking good. And I forgot too, it shows like I could have just been looking at the number up here, because that's kind of the thing you really want to look at. You know, then oh, you go back. Uh-oh. What in the world's going on here? All right, we had some glitch going on there. Ah, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. Let's try again here. Now, is this the case with this here? Okay, if we're doing everything correct, there's no problems. All right, so this is weird. So it only had to do with the mistakes. Retro, I've been away from the computer. What's going on here? Not a whole lot. I'm working on what kind of we were talking about the other day, where it'd be nice to just have it go back. Like if you make a mistake, just have one bubble come back. So that's what I've been doing. So I got that working just on the client side, just in the single player, which is great. That's a problem. So it works now in the single player. At least it should be. I've got a little issue on the server side. So basically you pop a little bubble and then it's always going to come, just that one is going to come back if you make a mistake. So then you could have potentially 5 on screen. Do you have a memory leak with event listeners? Yes, I do actually. I have something going on, because right now this should not be 40. It should be like 20 or 30. It should be 32, I think is what. Yeah, 32 is our standing thing. So yes, I do have an issue with event listeners right now, but I'll have to figure that out. I pulled this up because I was just wanted to keep an eye out if I was doing. I don't necessarily need to fix this event listener issue right now. Just I pulled it up just to make sure after I added in this feature on the client side that everything was still okay. But yeah, we definitely have something going on, and it was probably from something else. Now, or wait a minute here. Okay, let's just start over from scratch. So I have an issue in the multiplayer where it's now like, oops. Okay, then here, then here, then here, then here. Okay, so this is not a problem on the client. This is just a this is not a problem in single player. This is just a problem in multiplayer. Okay. What are the listeners for? I would think with Canvas, you just add all the listeners you need on game init. It's basically an event listener is for because my game engine is all kind of event driven, so basically everything communicates via events for the most part, unless you have like direct so that's basically what all that is. It's like my own game events, basically. It's not like the mouse input, or it's not like DOM event listeners. It's basically my own like game engine event listener system. So, yes, that's basically. Oh, okay. I thought you meant DOM events. Nope. Yeah. Yes, that's just my in-game, in-engine events. Okay, so our client doesn't have that issue right now. So I have to pull up the server again and look at whatever this issue is. All right, but I'm gonna be back in 1 second here. We'll be right back. All right, I am back. Okay, so so there's a weird issue here on the server side. If I make like a bunch of mistakes, or if I make a mistake and then like something's like getting out of sync. So if I do this, then make a mistake, then this, then 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 this, then make a mistake, then this. Eventually, yeah, now look at this. We're like, something's screwed up. The bubbles we have are not right. We've got 2 greens right in a row. Like, that doesn't make any sense. So the one thing I'm trying to think that we need yeah, like we should be fine here. Player popped a bubble. Player made a mistake. Player popped a bubble. Player popped a bubble 9, so that generated 16. Player made a mistake. Player popped a bubble, went to 9. Player made a mistake. Player popped a bubble, went to 9. Player popped a bubble, went to 10. So then bubble 17 was generated. All right, so what is exactly the problem here? The bubble to generate and or the bubble to send the player. Player made a mistake. You know what? I wonder if I'm trying to think of the best way to tackle this. I have a feeling the server is fine. Want to become famous. All right. Already famous, 100 followers. You betcha. All right, let's observe this once more, really close, and I'm gonna see if I can get some inspiration on exactly what the issue is. That's the problem there. Maybe on, let's see, on the bubble, no, on the match, we could do, maybe we could do this dot bubbles dot map, and this dot bubbles dot map returns an array, right? So maybe we could do console log, and we could do bubbles dot map. And we could do, let's see. Could do ID, b.id, popped equals b.popped. What else do we have? That's kind of all we need, I think. Initialized? I guess initialized. All right, let's try this here. Oh, that's already the problem. Okay. All right, so now wait a minute. Is this a problem on the client side too? No. Oh, this also is. Whoops. This also is a problem on the client. If we do a single player game here. Yep. Okay. All right. So how are we going to? Oh boy. Oh, okay. I think I know what we need to do. If we're not in a practice mode, then we need to do popped bubble ID plus match dot bubbles on screen count. All right, we got to pull up our little handy dandy diagram here real quick. All right, so, and this is the current situation. So we've got these two variables. We've got initial bubble count and bubbles on screen count. So we initially generate 8 bubbles up front, but we only show 4 on screen. Now, so we generate 8 bubbles, so that means 0 through 7. So as soon as you pop bubble 0, we generate bubble 8. But what's happening is if you make a mistake and then you go back to bubble 0, and then pop bubble 0 again, then it generates bubble 9, which is not what we want, because now we're generating more bubbles. We're just starting to generate a bunch more bubbles as we play. So what we need to do is bubbles. Okay, so when you pop bubble 0, bubble 8 gets generated. So what we need to do is we check up front, pop the bubble ID is 0. So basically, if generate next bubbles, if this dot is a practice, and in this case, this is the client only, and, well, I guess we'll do maybe just a nested if this dot bubbles popped bubble ID plus, or if it doesn't exist, this would be if not. So this would be popped this dot bubbles popped bubble ID plus config. Oh boy, config dot match dot on screen, or what is that? Initial bubble count, right? Yes. So basically, popped bubble ID would be 0 the first time, right? If you pop bubble 0, and then we tried it. That means then what we're doing here is we're trying to get the bubble at index 0 plus 8, which would be bubble 8, which doesn't exist right away. So then we would create bubble 8. Yes. Okay. So that's good. So that should fix the one client issue here. So So if we pop this bubble here, we get 9 bubbles now. $10. Yes, okay. So that's good. So we want to add this same exact check on the server. So now on the server, we've got bubble to generate. Okay, so we only generate bubbles. Oh, and the other problem is we've been sending duplicate bubbles. Yes, we've been sending duplicate bubbles now, I believe, is what our other problem was. So, okay, so oh, I'm already doing that check. I'm already doing this check on the server. Now I'm confused. Wrong bubble popped. Player made a mistake. The bubble to generate in where the bubble is sent to the player. Bubble ID to get I plus. Config that match initial bubble count. Well, wait a minute, though. This competitive side, this should be fine already. Let's see here. All right, so multiplayer match. Player pop to bubble. Target bubble ID. Bubble generating 8. Yeah, this is already fine. Oh. Hang on a second here. No, it is generating bubbles. Oh, it generated a bunch of duplicates. Look at that. That's the problem. Okay. All right. I just think I figured it out. I think I figured it out. The problem is this. Okay. So this needs to be, we're doing this check if that bubble doesn't already exist. And basically, yeah, we're sending a bunch of duplicate bubbles is the problem here. Because we're sending bubbles every time, even if you're not supposed to get a bubble. And what it's doing is it's sending that last bubble. So like if we set this up on both, and I go, I just have to make a bunch of mistakes, then go like this. All of a sudden we have a bunch of duplicate bubbles like that. But on this player, we should be fine. It's only the player who makes mistakes. Oh, no, we've got some. There, we had a duplicate there. So, it's only the player who makes mistakes. Yeah, because even if you made a mistake, it still goes and sends you a duplicate bubble, which is the problem. Bubble to generate and or bubble to send to the player. Okay. So I need to like, we need to do like if, I guess we'll do an if config dot shared bubble mode, config dot match dot shared bubble mode. If we're in shared bubble mode, and then also if this dot bubbles dot bubbles dot bubble ID to get. And this would be else. So basically this will always run. I don't need to make this clean command up. This will get cleaned up. Okay. All right. So what's going on here exactly is the way the game's supposed to work now. So like, let's just do single player. I'm supposed to go back, you know, like if I make a mistake, I'm supposed to go back and have to pop green over and over again, right? The problem was, well, both the problem with the client and the server is that it was sending. So the way the game worked before is anytime you popped a bubble, you were always advancing forward. But in the case here, I don't want to advance forward because I made a mistake. I popped a bubble, made a mistake, popped a bubble, made a mistake, popped a bubble, made a mistake, right? I'm just going back. I'm popping this same bubble over and over again. So we don't need to generate more bubbles ahead. Ahead of the ones that we don't see on screen. Because normally we were generating bubbles. We'd see 4 bubbles on screen, but we'd always have 8 bubbles already saved. And then every time we popped a bubble, we'd generate a new bubble. So bubbles 0 through 7 were generated up front. Once you pop bubble 0, then bubble 8 gets generated. But you only see bubble 0, 1, 2, 3. Then when you pop bubble 0, you see 1, 2, 3, 4. But the problem is every time you'd make a mistake and go back to bubble 0 and then pop to bubble 1 again, it kept generating more bubbles. So it would generate 7, or it would generate 8, then it would generate 9, then it would generate 10, generate 11, 12, 13, 14. Or actually, no, sorry. On the server, it wasn't doing that. On the client, it was. On the single player, it was. On the server, it wasn't generating more and more bubbles, but what it was doing was it kept sending bubble 8, I think, bubble 8 down to the client every time. So you'd pop bubble 0, bubble 8 would get generated and sent to the client. So then bubble 1 would be the new target. You make a mistake, you go back to bubble 0, you pop bubble 0 again, and then it would send 8 back down to the client again. And then you would be on bubble 1, you make a mistake, you go back to 0, pop 0 again, it would send bubble 8 back to the client again. So that's why then all of a sudden there'd be like 3 of the same exact bubble right in a row that you had to pop. But basically what that meant is the states, the server and the client states were completely out of sync, because only if there's a bubble to add, The server was adding that, was only when there was a bubble to generate, it would add it, which was correct. But then in here, it was still sending that bubble to the client, which kind of forced the client and server out of sync. Badger, bubble. Nice, nice. You got that right, Badger. I don't know. I don't know how to respond to Badger's comments half the time. Like I've said before, Badger keeps me on my toes. All right. So, okay, I should have, in theory, just fixed that. I don't like this solution. Well, for one, we've got this kind of stupid, where this stupid if for everything that we did on Tuesday, which is we're checking if we're in shared bubble in the mode or not, because we've got our two different game modes for the server. All right, let's try this again. Let's try this again here. So now we should only be sending bubbles to the client. If okay, nope, that's clearly not working. Did I not finish this? Maybe I didn't finish this. Okay. Oh, whoops. This is supposed to be if we're not in shared bubble mode. Okay, if we're not in shared bubble mode, and if, okay, so I don't think I finished this part here. If, no, this is always, okay, hang on a second here. Badger, I'll come back in 2021. By 2021, you mean maybe I'll have something with my points? The channel points, I'll have done something with those. All right. Okay, this is not what I meant to do here. Okay, so if we're not in shared bubble mode, yeah, because the problem is we were sending bubbles. Why am I doing this? Is kind of dumb. We should just do this. Okay, let's see. Why can't I think? All right, so we've got, I'm trying to think of how I'm supposed to keep track of this. Well, what did we do on the client? No, it doesn't count on the client. can't think of what I need, how I can do this, because so if the server, if you pop bubble 0, the server will see if it can get bubble 8. If bubble 8 does not exist, it will generate bubble 8. But then, how do I know if that needs to go to the client or not? Without keeping track of without the server keeping track of the bubbles that are on the client. Because I could send, technically I could send, yeah, because here we can say we can generate bubble ID to get. So if bubble ID to get doesn't exist, generate it. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. Well, the problem is maybe we already got bubble ID to get. That's the question. Oh boy. All right, I'm clearly having trouble thinking too. All right, so let's just step through this logically here. So again, let's just say this is all player, just player. It's a multiplayer game, but let's just say player 0 isn't doing anything, and we just have player 1 playing. So player 0 pops bubble 0, player 1, whatever, pops bubble 0. So then bubble ID to get is I plus which would be 0 in this case, plus config.initial bubble count, which is 8. So 0 plus 8 is 8. So only bubble 0 through 7 should exist. So when we try to get bubble 8 out of that array, it doesn't exist. So if it doesn't exist, then we generate bubble 8. So now our array looks like this. And then if, okay, so this is the, yeah, this is like the tricky part. This is the tricky part because, so technically for that player 0, I could move the send bubbles up into that if statement. So then when we know we generated a new bubble, we could just then send it right immediately after to that player. But the problem is for the next player, because we can't, every time you pop a bubble, we can't just send you the new bubble. I mean, technically we could. Technically we could, and then just... Technically we could do that and then just have the client figure it out for themselves. Like, so the client WebSockets wrapper could then, or the more bubbles event, wherever that is, emit more bubbles. Bubbles from server added. Yeah, bubbles from server added technically could come, and then, like, the client could kind of just reconcile that themselves. Bubbles from server added, what is that, in match then? Bubbles from server added. So then instead of just adding those bubbles instantly, this could like parse and see like, do we already have a bubble with this ID? Because then if so, then don't add it. Then don't create it right here. It's already done. Technically, we could do that and solve this problem, because this is part of the problem. Because we're kind of being not idempotent. Idempotent. But I'm trying to think if, because I'd rather the server not even waste time, like not even use bandwidth if we don't have to, right? Like we could solve that, but I'd rather not send any bubbles at all if I know the client already has them. I don't want to just send duplicates. Like even if we can have the client correct for those duplicates, I still don't want to do that. So because the server doesn't know what bubbles the client has at this point anymore. Like it, in theory, it should have. All right, so if player 2 hits this point, so let's say player 1 popped bubble 0 first, player 1 popped bubble 0 first, so 8 got generated, and then let's say we sent them bubble 8. But then player 2 pops bubble 0. And then this will be true. Or this get bubbles, bubble ID to get will be true. So then we'll skip the generating stage of the bubble. But then this thing would technically rerun itself a bunch of times. Unless we just kept like a running total of the bubbles sent to each player. Oh, you know what? Why don't we just use the target bubble ID? Or why don't we just use... Wait a minute. No, we can't. No, that doesn't work. Maybe I can just maybe I could keep a little flag on here. So if we have this dot latest last bubble sent, last bubble ID sent to client. Be 0 initially. Last bubble ID sent to client. So we do, okay, so maybe we have that last bubble ID sent to client, and then we just increment that only when we send a bubble to the client. Yes. Yes, this should be good. So we'll do last bubble ID sent to client. Lotval. What's going on, Lotval? It's been a while. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Played your game a bit the other day. Looking good. Thank you. Thanks. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know how long or what you would have last saw. But we're doing multiplayer now. Just working on some Auth-O stuff at the moment. Nice. Played this game a bit, huh? Whoa. 300 bits, Retro MMO. Thank you. Muchly appreciated. Played his game a bit, huh? I'm sure MMO just earned the 1K bits badge. Nice. Yeah, we need to, I need to come up with some actual cool things here. Whew. But yeah, thanks Retro for the bits. You spoil me. Danny, 1347. Danny, what's going on? A lot of progress from the last time I came here while making the X button. Yes, I kind of remember that. The X button. We were lining up we were trying to find a nice like Unicode X character, right? And we did. Yeah, the game is live now. And I guess Lutval, you already said you played, but Danny, I don't know if you've already played it or not, but you can play the game right now. Populus.gg. I changed the name of it since, probably that was since the, yeah, I think I came up with the name right before we went live with it. What is a good score for it? I mean, when people have started out, they're usually like in the 20s to low 30s, like when they first try it or something, or their first couple times playing it usually. People who are a little, better will get up into the 50s or whatever. I'm playing GTA 5 now. Nice. Yeah, I can maybe show some multiplayer right now. Right now, there's a bunch of nasty graphics everywhere because I'm kind of testing out a few different things here. But basically, two players play together like this, one-on-one. They're popping their own copies of the bubbles. So it's the same bubble colors and positions. Okay, yeah, we got an issue there. But basically, it's a matter, you can see the count. You can see your bubbles popped and your opponent bubbles popped. And again, there's like weird funky colors inside here, and this and that and all this stuff. And yes, I know it looks pretty awful right now, but we need an ELO system so I can determine my self-worth. Definitely. I just did 45. I think it's my record. Nice. 45 is pretty good there. You're healthily above 1 bubble per second there. ELO system would be cool. And some top lists maybe. Yes, so for the one-on-one, I'd like to just kind of do like a ranking thing. Like an ELO, an ELO rating ranking. And then it would just be, there wouldn't be any user accounts or anything, but basically when you connect, you'd start out with a default, rank and then just play and, that'd be kind of cool. Yeah, and then have like a little leaderboard or something like that. I mean, that would kind of imply that we need to add usernames somehow without being, without actually having user accounts. So it'll have to be something. I'll have to have some way where you could specify a username and it would just attach it to like your connection to the server, and that'd be cool. Yeah, I don't want to get all fancy like Retro MMO and have something actually sophisticated. All right, so yes. Okay, so we just added last bubble ID sent to client. So that needs to be now this needs to be actually counted up. So we can do, okay, so when we set up the game, let's look at, is that here in match? Match countdown started, match started, bubbles. Okay. So what we would do is player.matchState. Last bubble ID sent to client. Oh, and this would be if. This would be inside one of those ifs. If we're not in config.shared bubble, config.match.shared bubble mode. Shared bubble mode. So if we're not in shared bubble mode, then we would do this. Equals bubbles dot length -1. Yeah, I kind of like this for now, at least. Okay. So then basically this is just saying the last bubble that was sent to the client. So in this case, we're setting this in the beginning of the match because we send 8 bubbles to the player. So the last bubble ID is 7 because we start at bubble ID 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is 8 total bubbles. So we send bubble 7 here to the client. Or we set this as the client. So now this will increment. Now, yes, now we need to figure out exactly how we want this to increment. Okay, so let's go back down to our down here. Okay, so this is fine. This thing is fine now. We generate a new bubble if a bubble doesn't exist. And if that bubble that we would otherwise be getting doesn't exist. So that's fine for the first player who triggers that bubble generation, right? So we have bubbles 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The first player 1 pops bubble 0. That bubble generates bubble 8. And again, it's the same exact bubble colors and sizes and positions for both clients. So we have bubble 8. And then we need to know if yes. Okay, so then this is what we would do. We would do if, or we would, okay, so if bubble ID to get or actually, I guess we should phrase it this way: if player dot match state dot last bubble ID sent to client does not equal bubble ID to get. All right, so in this case here, so in this case, last bubble ID sent to client would be 7. So for the first player who pops bubble 0, it would generate bubble 8. Bubble ID to get would be 8. You pop bubble 0, but then the last bubble ID to get is still 7. So if last bubble ID sent to client does not equal last bubble ID sent to client does not equal the bubble ID to get, then we send the bubbles to the client and we increment that player.matchState. Last bubble ID, or maybe we just do this. All right, in theory, that should square us away here. So let's test it out. So if let's just play normally. Okay, so okay, so we didn't have any errors that time. Let's try making the errors. Yes. Okay, so we keep getting 9s. That's good. Actually, why is it 9? It shouldn't be 9. Oh, that's the length of the array. Not okay. Yes, that's right. That's right. So let's just do a bunch of these. And then let's actually play. But this, we should still have no issue here. Sweet. Okay. That's looking pretty good. Let's try. Yes. Okay. And the clients are the same there. All right. I think we figured it out. Oops. Yes, I think we figured it out here. Now, is this... Yeah, I think this is the way to do it. I think this is pretty much the way to do it. So now, whenever you make a mistake, you still go back just one bubble. So you're always going to go back one bubble. That's pretty nice. Awesome. Awesome. We need high scores for event listener count. Yeah, sounds good. How many can we get? 93, 97, 96, 100, 199. Whoa. Yes, I really like this now. This is so much better. Oh. And I'm being idempotent by doing this. Idempotent, I think. Cool. Coolio. I'm not that well. I don't know. I've probably popped 10,000 bubbles now in my day. Probably more than that now. So it's all right. But thank you. Yeah, so now that we have this, the one thing that'll break now, the one thing that should potentially, or should break, is if we switch over to the shared bubble mode. So if we do this to true, now our client should not properly work with this. That's not what I wanted to do. So if we go to shared bubble mode, now the client, yeah, this is a big problem. You know what? I wonder, what if... That's interesting. Yeah, okay, so that game mode will be very screwed up right now. And I'm not too sure what I want to do to fix that for right now. I don't know if I do want to fix it. I probably should fix it. In fact, maybe what I should do to fix it is move shared bubble mode up out of our configuration file here now. Oh, this is so cool. I just did that. I just moved this up out of here, and now like my client configuration file will have this in there. I have to open it first, I guess. Yeah, now shared bubble mode exists in the... Yeah, it's so cool. That is cool. Yeah, what... Yeah, I still want to get my shared bubble mode working. So let's try doing that with this right now. So I think all we really need to do is yeah, here we would do if not config.shared.match.shared bubble mode. So if not, we would do that. fade anim, we were saying on elapsed equals config dot match dot shared bubble mode. If we're in shared bubble mode, then it would be this dot destruct, else that. Okay. All right, I switched desktops accidentally there. Didn't want to do that. Okay. Yes, okay. All right, so let's then look also at okay, so then on the mistake, or up here, wherever that was. This would be if not this dot shared bubble mode. Or I guess let's say if this dot shared bubble mode. And we do this, else we do this, and then this would all be in the else. Whoops. Config dot match dot shared bubble mode. So if we're not in shared bubble mode, oh boy. All right, we're going to find out what happens here. So if we made a mistake, oh, if we made a mistake, nothing. So this would just be if not in shared bubble mode then. All right, so let's see what happens. Are we are we in shared bubble mode or not right now? Let's go to shared bubble mode. Okay, so then the nav meter went back. Why did the nav meter go back? Oh. Oh boy. Okay, config dot match. Oh, I did this dot shared bubble mode. Boy. Boy. All right, so then in theory, this should be it. Yes. All right. Yes. I think we are back to where we were now. All right, so we've got some console logs we need to get rid of. Yeah, this thing. And we've got some server-side ones we need to get rid of. Bubble generating. Bubble generating. Weemy. Hey, you. What's going on, Weemy? Badger's back. All right. All right. Welcome back, Badger. Back with the highlighted messages. Weemy just woke up from a nap. Yeah, naps can really mess you up. Badger, how do I use Premiere Pro? That's a good question. I am a DaVinci Resolve person myself. Whoa. Ew. Nice. Lutvol, I have a problem with falling asleep late, then napping after work, perpetuating the cycle. Yeah. I know how that is. You guys talking about naps make me sleepy. Yeah, so I think we are in a good place here for right now. I have our single player side. If we play, now when we make a mistake, oh man. Wait a minute here. You use Premiere Pro through Prime subs on Tyrannosaur. Prime subs. I just like the Prime sub thing. Gotcha. Is it something like you only get one of them or something? If you have Prime, well, if you got Prime and your Twitch account is linked or whatever, then it's like you can use one or something like that. Okay, so I thought we were off the hook, but we are not quite. So if I do this, okay, yeah, the nav meter thing. I'm not sure what to do about this. All right, so we're not quite done. We're not quite done. And we have another problem. So anywhere that I do shared bubble mode, in the client. Okay, so what do We have client scripts, client scripts, client scripts. Okay, everything else is server. Retro, 1 per month. Yeah, you can use it for free sub a month. Gotcha. Gotcha. All right, so we've got bubble. Okay. So this needs to not only be just config.match.shared_bubble mode, but also, no, there's no way to know. I need like a global thing or something for the practice mode. All right, this is really hurting my brain. Yes. Yes, it is hurting my brain. I can confirm. All right. Man, I did not want to spend this much time today working on this. So this is, you know what? Who cares? Who cares? Because this mode is probably not even, yeah. Well, no, wait a minute. That's not even the thing. I can't. Because right now, if, all right. We're going to get rid of whatchamacallit right now. Shared bubble mode. No more. For right now, at least. Oops. Yes, I like this better now. Cool. Okay. Okay. All right. So all of that took way longer than I really wanted it to. It shouldn't have been that big of a deal to do this. And I've kind of screwed up the shared bubble mode thing. Not like so the shared bubble mode, I don't even really care that much about shared bubble mode. So the shared bubble mode, because I'm pretty sure we're not going to do it because it's pretty kind of ridiculous. So the shared bubble mode is where I can, if I pop, it's a competitive mode where if I pop bubbles on this one, it actually pops on the other player too. So it's like a race to who is popping the bubbles first. And like you see a little red ring on this one if the opponent popped it. But it's kind of frustrating to play from my testing of it. And I want to do more testing of it. But right now, I just don't know. So I can toggle it off. And then we're playing, everybody's popping, the two players are popping like the same bubbles side by side. They're popping the same positions, whatever, but nice. All right. Wow, this doesn't even make sense. How do these two have different event listener counts now? See, something is screwed up. Yeah, this one went back to 32. This one went to 33 event listeners. So there's something amiss. And we fixed the tutorial now, didn't we? Oh no, the tutorial's worse now because of... But at least the tutorial is not... Yeah, we still have to do all the tutorial fixing. Well, okay, so the normal mode is fine. It should be fine now. Our normal competitive mode should be fine. The non-shared bubble mode. So if I go up to 15 bubbles on that player. Yeah. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. Yeah, look at that. 37 event listeners there. All right, so our normal game mode is good. Latvol, no need for Prime in EU. I don't know if I understand. No need, or you can't have it. Like Amazon Prime, right? Well, there is no one-day shipping. Oh. Gotcha. Yes, like Amazon Prime we were talking about. Is that all over? There's not one-day shipping all over Europe? That's what you're saying, or it's a bummer. okay, so I'm not sure what the next thing we need to do is. We've got like a little event listener leak here, which, you know, we can see this one client's at 37 event listeners and this one's at 32. And when it goes back to, if you start with 32, you should be back at 32 when you go back to the main menu. There's no reason that there should be more. So something is broken as far as event listeners go. So I need to figure out what that is. But I don't know. Well, not in my country. We don't even have any Amazon warehouses. It ships from Germany, UK, I think. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. All right. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break here. And we'll be right back. I'm back. No BRB on Notepad? Whoops. I forgot. Sorry, Retro. Alright, hang on a second here. I got to send a message. Alright, sorry. Hang on, I'm almost there. Okay. All right. So I had something else I wanted to do, but now I don't even remember. This ended up taking a lot longer than I wanted it to. I guess maybe let's track down these bad event listeners here. So if we just play a single player game, let's just play a single player game and not do anything. Like, so we go back to 66, which is right. So let's just let the time expire quick. I should maybe change the time. So we went 24. Okay. Event listener count 33. We quit. We go back to 32. Okay, so that's good. But if we hit play, we pop. So we're at 66. Let's pop one bubble. We go up to 79. So what is 79 minus 66? 13. So that should be a new bubble. A new bubble. Let's see. Bubble has how many event listeners? A bubble has 2 event listeners. Bubble has 2 event listeners, and a nav bubble has 0 event listeners. Oh, that's not exactly true. No, none of that's true. 2 event listeners for the bubble, and then we've got, 2 animations, which also have 2, which would have an event listener each. So 2 explicit event listeners plus an animation plus a fade animation. Okay, so that's 4. The outline circle would have 1. Okay, so that's 5. And that should be it. So that's 5 per bubble. Nav meter would have, or nav bubble rather, it would have would just have these 1, 2, 3, 4. That should just be 10. So for some reason I might be getting this wrong, but if I just pop one bubble, we go up to 79. Then we only go up to 82. Okay, so something else happens. All right, let's change. Then we go back to 86 and then back to 82. Oh, 86 is for the error thing there. Okay, so we went back to 32 there. That's weird. Okay, so we were fine. Here we're not even going up to 100 now. Whoa, maybe that's what it is. No, that couldn't be it. Here we're not even getting up to 100. 35, we quit. 34. Okay, so we've got 2 things now that are stuck. Okay, 2 events now that are stuck. I guess let's just print all the event listeners. Let's just print all the event listeners after match ended. So we would do if quit to main menu, if not quit to main menu. Then we would show main. Where are we doing show main? Oh no, we go to stats screen. All right, let's do this. CLG event. I should have a thing for this. Okay, event emitter, event, yes. Event emitter. Get total listener count. No, that's not what I want. I want to just print event listener.events. Oops, event emitter.events. So console log event emitter.events, which is a map. Okay, there we go. Oh, wait, we just need one of these. Okay. It's got 32 events. I'm just going to play a game here. Whoa. Okay, now we printed them all here. All right, so 34, we've got draw finished 12. All right, let's do this actually first, maybe. Or let's do that there. Let's keep this here. Okay. So we're going to do this, and then we're going to do after the full initialization. And maybe let's make the match time way less. So config. Oh, not this one. Okay, so we can go to config, and let's just make the matches 5 seconds maybe, just for testing here. Oh, wait a minute, never mind. All right, so if we'd run this, we see we have 10 draw finished events that are running right now, and that's what we should have. And this should be the problem when we come back. So let me grab do a little screen grab of this here. I'm gonna throw this off to the side. There we go. All right. So now that's kind of our initial, the amount of event listeners we have all set up. So those are the events in the strings there, are the event names, and then the array, whatever, is the amount of event listeners that we have. So we've got 10 draw finished event listeners here currently. And this is the one that'll probably change when we have in our current event listener leak that we are experiencing. So like here we've got, oh, actually, wait a minute. Why is this one 34? Didn't this just refresh? What? No way. 32, 32, 32. Oh, maybe this was the one. Let me just minimize this. Let me just get that out of there. Okay. So, all right. So let me just take another screenshot because now I don't even remember. All right. Screen grab here. Okay. It's open off to the side. Great. Okay. So let's play single player. And it only is going to last 5 seconds. So I don't know if we're going to have a leak in this amount of time. 34, maybe. 33. Okay, so we've already got one extra function there, which is the problem. So where's the... Yeah, okay. So then this is the problem. All right, so here's our baseline event listeners that we started with. All right, this is our screenshot. And then here... And there's a bunch more events now, which is fine, as long as those events are empty. So, wow, okay. Yeah, so now we've got 20 different events, which is completely fine because there were things that fired up during the game. But we should see that all of these are zeros, which is okay. All of the new ones should be 0. So like if we look here, from 13, our baseline was 13 total or 14 total events, starting with 0. And then here we can see index 14 and beyond. Those are all empty arrays, which is good. So those are all the new like events that got set up once we started a game. But as long as those are 0, there's no current listeners hanging out there. No orphaned listeners, so to say. But the problem we do have is we've got, okay, so all these numbers should match up except for the draw event thing. So we got 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 10, 11. So that's the problem. We got 11 here now. 1, 1, 1, 1, 4, 4, 4, 4, 3, 3, 1, 1. Okay. So that is the problem. So one of our draw finished is are not good. And it would be this last one. What is this? Okay, that is... So all these are timers. Or wait a minute. No, not timers. Yeah, they are. They're animations. Animations, I should say. So there's one animation here that's still stuck. That's the problem. So is it... let's see. What have we added? What have we added since? The thing is, I don't know when those leaks, how long those leaks have been happening since those leaks have been happening. So could it be opponent popped indicator? Size anim, fade anim. And I think this destructs itself. And we don't even use, we shouldn't even be firing that up. Match, create match. Scoreboard, new scoreboard, init. Where is that? Where are we setting up that thing? Match. Okay, so where is that opponent thing? Opponent. Okay. So, okay, that gets fired up on server bubble popped. But that wouldn't happen at all. I wonder, I just had this kind of funny idea here. What if event emitter dot on? What if we went to event emitter and we went obj CLG obj. Just try this. Bunch of stuff. Button, animation, menu. Push. Okay, let's try this here. I'm going to try to figure out what that object is that put that event listener in there. And we can do, so what we can do is take So we're going to push a thing that says obj and listener. Like this. We're going to do this exact thing. And then we're going to, when we call emit, we'll do this thing, but then it'll be listener dot listener, I guess. Yes. Okay. So in theory, this should be fine. Oops. Let's do this one instead. Oh. Yeah, there's some weird thing here with my little script. Ah. Okay. So let's refresh. So now if I look at this. What? Oh. I can expand this then, right? Yes. And then I can see that this is a... Yes. Okay. We can expand all these, and we can see that there are animations. We can look at that object. Yeah, and we can drill down to exactly what this stuff is. Okay, so let's play. Event listener count 35. Why are we at 35 now? We were at 32 before. Still have my little nifty screenshot here. What is up higher there? Cursor moved. We've got... What? What did I change? These are both 5 now, and this is cursor up. Cursor moved, cursor down, cursor up. All right, hang on. I'm gonna be right back in a second here. Just a quick break. Got the BRB notepad now, finally. All right. Okay, so I'm going to be shutting the stream down now. So we'll get back to this tomorrow. And my kitten is down here in the basement now. Normally he's trapped upstairs because otherwise he'd swat at my hands on the keyboard all day. Lutval, thanks for the stream. Hey, no problem. Thanks for hanging out. Say hi to the kitty from us. Yeah, he went into the other room. I don't know if he. Yeah, I don't know, but I'll be sure to say hi. Yeah, so I've got some other stuff going on. So I'm gonna cap it a little shorter than normal lately, than lately. But yeah, we'll be back here tomorrow. We're gonna keep working on this event listener issue, this event listener leak. But we're in kind of a cool place to kind of figure that out. But yeah, I mean, didn't get everything done that we wanted to today. Tomorrow we plug the leak. Definitely. Exactly. Yeah, didn't really get everything done we wanted to. Took a lot longer to get that kind of bubble back and forth thing going. But for the most part right now, it feels pretty good. So I got our time. Our timer set to 5 seconds there. Let's change that back to 30 seconds. So we did some cleaning up stuff originally at the beginning of the day, but kind of the main thing is we're now going back. So if you make a mistake, you're always going to go back. You're always going to have to go back and repop the last bubble you popped. So that's kind of the new thing. And I kind of like it. It gives you a little bit of punishment. Whoa. We must have a major leak there now. We're up to 192? 210? What? Yeah, look at that. Oh, holy cow. The nav meter's broken. Everything's broken now. Hey. What's your deal, Rudy? All right. Okay. Oh! What is going on? The whole game is completely broke. Okay, I think I know why. Because I started screwing around with the event thing, the event emitter object now, and that's a big deal. Release this, please. Yeah, that looks pretty good, right? You can figure out what's going on. Somehow we're simultaneously in the game, playing the tutorial, and at the main menu all at once. What's your deal, man? I don't know. You guys can probably hear that meowing. I think he wants to be back upstairs, and he's ticked. Yeah. So this is the new game mode. Main menu. That's the distraction. If you make a mistake, the main menu comes back, and you have to deal with that. That's what's so great about this stream. New game mode every day. Yep. Pretty much. Pretty much. He is ticked. All right. Well, yes, we've got our work cut out for us tomorrow, I think. Yeah, hopefully we'll get working on some more exciting stuff. The ELO stuff sooner than later. Tomorrow, I'd also like, if we can clean this up, I'd like to also get back to kind of optimizing the amount of data we're sending to the server and everything. And I'd like to also limit. Take it easy, buddy. Cat is hungry. He ate not that long ago. He eats like 4 times. He gets like 4 meals a day. He gets a lot of food. He's a growing boy. So what was I saying? I want to start limiting the amount of input we're sending to the server from the client side. Like I want to say we're sending 60 mouse updates a second to the server. And I want to kind of like uniform that. Because right now it's kind of just, it's kind of sending those based upon the request animation frame. But yeah, that could be different depending on people's refresh rates and monitors. And I'd rather just like have some uniform amount of that being sent from every client. So that'll be kind of a fun thing to work on. But yeah, I think for now, that's pretty much it. And we've got our beautiful looking game right here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so what's happening now is none of the event listeners are going away. So this thing just keeps clicking up and everything. Because I changed my schema of the objects here. So this off. So when I'm trying to remove the event listeners, those are failing. So yes, that's our problem right now. Now we're up to almost 1,000 event listeners. How many event listeners can you get in one game? Holy cow, it's like, it just keeps going. All right, anyway, before I bring the browser to its knees, I think we're going to sign things off here. I think Rudy the cat is ready to sign off as well. So, thank you everyone for watching. Retro MMO, oh yeah, thanks for doing that. We got the Discord server there. You can join it. Not too many people there yet. I think we've got 12 people. So, we're working on it. I'm trying to be better at updating things on there. So thanks Retro for plugging that, and everybody should check out Retro MMO. And yeah, I think that's it. We'll see you guys tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. Back here for more fun. So we'll catch you guys later. Retro MMO, see ya. Ta-ta for now. All right, my mouse just died. And I can't click the end stream button. There we go. What are you doing? Hang on, Rudy wants to say bye. Come on up here. There you go, buddy. All right. Rudy's saying bye too. All right. See you guys.